What's up, guys? This is the Ecron Writer here with another OBS Productions, and I am proud to present my first ever epic for one of my most favorite anime series, Cowboy Bebop. This is actually a post-epilogue fic, which takes place after the last episode, two-parter, Real Folk Blues. So, this is actually my first parter, my first epic rather than my one-shots. And this is also going to be a multi-universal crossover, which means it's not just going to be Cowboy Bebop and not another franchise. It actually deals with two more aside from that. So, this is Recessional of the Red Dragons. And it may seem a little blurry, but this image here is actually my cover art. This is actually tried to make it image of a dragon with blood smeared all over it, because it actually represents the Red Dragons, who are the crime syndicate of Mars. And it was actually run by the Van, Vicious, Shin, Lin, Spike, Master Yenrai, who was killed by Vicious. If you know the anime, you should know all this. So, this is actually my first multi-fic. So, please enjoy this. Here we are, Recessional of the Red Dragons. I'm so excited about this. So here goes. Hello, fellow readers. I have finally written the long-awaited crossover for Cowboy Bebop. This takes place just after the final episode, and if you haven't seen the series finale, I suggest you either leave immediately or look it up, because there are some slight spoilers here. For now, this is just the prologue, an intro of what's yet to come. There will be more action and drama later on, but until then, witness this tragic event. Prologue. The Death of Spike Spiegel. Bang! Those were the last words Spike said as he pointed his thumb and finger like a gun toward the syndicate. His battered body fell onto the main staircase, which was covered in a blinding white light. The black-suited gunmen were standing like a bunch of statues. They didn't even notice Trudy, who hurriedly shoved them out of her way. She watched as he muttered his final word during his final breath of life. No! Trudy ran to his side and sat with a hard thud next to him. She felt that her heart had rushed to her throat. Her face grew pale and clammy, and she felt like she was breathing in several ice shards. But she didn't care. She still examined the body with complete panic. She thought that Spike, the one she looked up to as a brother who taught her how to find the inner strength that she thought she never had, would never be seen again. She truly idolized him aside from his laziness, cockiness, or his habitual drinking. That was then. This was now. Spike was gone, but she kept refusing to believe it. Trudy kept calling his name as she shook his body awake. No response. There wasn't even a pulse, a heartbeat, or a single breath. His body was completely motionless, and she saw a small grin on his placid face. That was when she finally realized that Spike had reunited with his lost love Julia, his mentor Mao Yenrai, and his friends Shin and Annie in the afterlife. After those constant onslaughts by the Red Dragons and the shootout in Tharsis, he at last defeated his nemesis, Vicious. Trudy knew that at that moment Spike was resting in peace, and was never to return. First the departures from Edward and Ein, and now this, she thought. There was nothing for her to do. Her face turned red as a ripe tomato as she gazed upon him, and rivers of tears flowed and stung her cheeks like hornet stings. She managed to lift his heavy head and rested on her lap. She moved his oily strands of hair from his face. She only had enough of her sanity to whimper. Spike! Trudy collapsed and hugged Spike's face against her quaking body. Her world had stopped and began to grow dim as she mourned. She didn't even notice the snipers carry Spike's body away. Her grip was remarkably weak. Her mind went blank. and all she kept thinking of was Spike's last moments, and wondered how would she explain this to the remaining surviving members, Jet and Faye. When I first saw Spike Spiegel pass away, I felt that my whole world screeched to a halt. I was in tears when I saw his death along with the events foreshadowing it, especially the sudden loss of Julia. My OC, Trudy, really idolized him in every way, ever since she first met him after she became a member of the Bebop crew. I haven't written a fic about her origins yet. Hopefully I'll have it ready while I keep working on this one. A recessional for the Red Dragons does mean a hymn or a piece of music at the conclusion of a program, like, say, a concert. And since several episode titles have a reference to music, I find this to be fitting. So stay tuned for the next chapter where the events take shape, which I'll actually add right now. Before I start, I do not know Bebop nor the cross surfers, blah blah blah. Get ready for a wild ride. Alright, Chapter 1. The Nightmare Begins. The Bebop was drifting slowly through deep space on autopilot, just a few light years from Mars. Much like the outside, the interior was all dark and quiet. It was now in hypersleep, and ever since Trudy summoned enough courage to tell the 2 crew members of Spike's fate, they had quite a hard time trying to catch some Z's. They were shocked and devastated after hearing the news, but Faye took it far harder than Jet. Eventually the pressure lulled them to sleep. Even Trudy had dozed at around 2:30 a.m. She was twisting and turning every which way, and her body felt bone cold. Not even her thick green comforter managed to keep her warm. This type of feeling reminded her of whenever she sensed Vicious around. She thought to herself if it was him again, or something more sinister is at foot. She was actually having a night terror taking place in a secluded dark chamber. In it, the same red dragons she saw at Tharsis were there. Up ahead at the center of a back wall was an enormous throne. A strong beam of light was shining on it. It was decorated with all sorts of exotic jewels, and in the middle was a crimson carpet with a menacing dragon etched on it. I'm pretty sure it's the same one on the image. Sitting on the elaborate chair was an elderly man with his eyes shut. He was wearing a long, thick robe with a lot of symbols Trudy couldn't describe. Apparently, this could be the Red Dragon's new leader? 2 elites carried the lifeless Spike on their shoulders and brought him in front of their master. Their opaque shoes sounded like bullets as they walked. "We have come, master. We brought the rogue Spike to you as you instructed," one of them said in a gruff tone. The old man woke up. His eyes gleamed. "Excellent. Then let the ritual begin." The 2 men nodded, and a cot was wheeled toward the center. They walked Spike forward and dropped him to it. His body hit it with a deafening bang. His arms drooped from each side. Then there were some distant drums beating softly and steadily. Some incantations were made. Trudy couldn't quite understand them. A sniper took out a syringe and drew it into Vicious's corpse, resting on a platform. The blood filled it up rapidly, and by the time he sent it to Spike, the drums and the chants became faster and louder. He struck the needle into Spike's upper side of his neck and inserted. When it emptied, the syringe was removed and everything became silent. Next, his body began to tremble, his eyes fluttered, and he started to breathe, but very heavy. After that, he started to convulse, as if he was having a seizure. Then, after what seemed like forever, his body slumped against the cot and remained very still. The elder rose from his perch and walked slowly toward him. He leaned in, laid a hand on the injection site, and whispered in his ear, "Spike Spiegel, your resurrection is complete. You've come back from the dead for one purpose, to serve the Red Dragons once more. Now, arise, great warrior! You shall be reunited with your brethren. Come out from the ashes, and to rise again. Join us." He backed away and watched Spike stir. Then, with an aggressive look, his eyes shot open. Trudy shot up with a cold sweat. She took in deep, rushed breaths to calm herself. She couldn't believe what she saw. Is Spike truly alive? Is he really working for the Red Dragons again? What if he forgets us? Her anxieties were taking the best of her. She couldn't possibly answer these questions alone and so frantic. She then thought about her good friend Mary. She was a Pokémon champion from the Kanto region on Earth, Trudy's home planet. In times of great sorrow and grief, she was the one to count on. Without a second thought, Trudy immediately grabbed her tablet. She turned it on and a map of the entire galaxy was displayed. When she touched Earth, the screen zoomed in and showed vital stats of the planet. Due to Mars having a great distance, the timeline was different, by approximately 2 days and an hour. She zoomed in closer till she saw Kanto, which was a country fitting the northeastern quarter of the continent. She touched a pallet town on the screen and Mary's number showed up. Before she dialed it, the tablet gave off a ring and a buffering sign. Mary was calling instead. She tapped the screen and hesitated. Hello? A female voice was heard. Hello, Trudy. Do you know who this is? Trudy's eyes widened. Mary! She whispered with astonishment. Yes. From the screen, a 23-year-old with shoulder-length dark brown hair, a gray cap with a red outline of a Pokeball, and wearing a sky blue tee was shown. Her face looked serious, and she looked close to being Trudy's age. Her face grew somber when she spoke. I'm very sorry for your loss. I sent you some PMs, but you weren't available. Are you feeling all right? Well, not really. Listen, I had this dream, right? Trudy described to her friend what was happening and her fears of Spike turning over to the Red Dragons. I'm worried, Mary. I'm not sure what to say to Jet and Faye. She might believe me, but it's unlikely that Jet would, considering he was an ISSP officer. He wouldn't believe me. After all, dreams are, like, fantastical. Nothing more than random acts of the subconscious mind. Exactly. Without any kind of proof, it's almost impossible for Jet to be convinced. And because of the news of Spike's death, he decided to go to Earth and drop off Faye and Trudy there. In other words, where they belonged. Of course, Faye's home had been devastated by a sudden meteor where the only thing left was a running fountain coming from an open lion's mouth. And Trudy never wanted to go back to the slums. As if reading her mind, Mary said, Look, I found out that you're heading back to Earth. If you need a place to stay, I'll be... No, it's fine. I just need to find some way to convince them that something's going on, but I need to find some clues. You said that this all happened at the Red Dragon's hideout at Thorsis. You should start looking there. There may be some kind of connection to what you saw. Trudy was quite sure it was a vision of some kind. It was way too surreal to be labeled as a dream. All right, I'll tell him that. You gotta do it, Trudy. Otherwise you'll never find the answers. We're all with you, she exclaimed, and a chorus of cheers followed. With a small smile, she rose her head and remarked, Okay, I'll do it. Jet and Faye just has to believe me. I'm their only source of information here. Go then, until the hypersleep wears off. Do not be afraid, and do not hesitate. You may rehearse your speech if you want to. Officers... Mary shook her head and snapped her tongue against her teeth. They can be quite stubborn. Ball's in your court. Thanks for the encouragement, Mary. I appreciate it. I'll let you know how it turns out. Sure. I'll see you then. The screen switched back to the Kanto map as she ended the call. Trudy took some deep breaths to clear her head. She was very nervous. Whatever happened, happened, Spike said in her mind. The hypersleep was still active, but she was much more awake and alert. She looked over and read her digital clock. It was 4:01. She kept herself busy reciting her dialogue. Then again, if she were to head to Earth, it wouldn't be too much of a problem if she were to bring Mary and her other cousins. She was the oldest and the most experienced out of all of them. Starting at the age of 13 and obtaining her Bulbasaur CD, Mary began her journey. By the time she completed, she became the Kanto League champion. and thwarted its crime squad, Team Rocket. Her other younger cousins wanted to follow suit. From various other regions, they also went on to become expert trainers, as well as continue her budding legacy. Trudy looked over each of her comrades. By the time she was done, it was a few minutes to 8. By then, the Bebop, even though there's not a lot of ruckus, would wake up. She'd gotten dressed, looked into the small octagon mirror, and breathed in deep. They'll have to believe me. If not, I can still convince them to come with me at Tharsis. There's bound to be some clues of that vision I had. Her face turned stern. We must stop the Red Dragon Syndicate at all costs. Especially for Spike. Hope y'all liked it. Also, I'd love to give special thanks to my collaborators, Pika Ace and Space Cowboy 656. Well, they're the first few artists that I discovered on fanfiction.net, and they're both fans of Cowboy Bebop. Because of that, and with Pika Ace's permission, I decided to throw in a little biography from her first original character, Mary. As you would see, she did start her Pokemon journey when she was a teenager and became the champion shortly afterwards. She has a great team, and as mentioned in the fic, she does have a diverse family who all want to carry out her legacy. However, that was only one of her allies I've mentioned Trudy will use. The rest will have to come later. Also, the dream sequence was roughly based off of the concepts from Jurassic Park and the Temple of Doom. Talk about wild, eh? But that's only the beginning. Be prepared for the next chapter when Trudy begs for Faye and especially Jet that Spike has been resurrected. So yeah, there you have it, guys. The first couple chapters of my epic Recessional of the Red Dragons. So, hopefully, I'll present more in the future. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out, and I hope you enjoyed my little story. Ciao, everyone. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Last time, I just did the first 2 chapters. In the prologue, Trudy has witnessed Spike's so-called death, which he was soon resurrected by the Red Dragon's surviving members, as well as their new master. And in chapter 1, Trudy was on her way to planet Earth, but she is actually going to alert Trudy. Trudy is going to alert Jet and Faye of her findings from her vision. She actually called her best friend Mary, who also lives on Earth, and who happens to be a Pokemon trainer, encouraging her to do so. So, without further delay, let's get on with the show, shall we? Okay, Chapter 2, Return to Tharsis. Trudy went to the cluttered dining area. Faye and Jet were just starting their breakfast, though she was a bit hesitant telling them her input. What if they don't believe me? Who can I trust to take me to Tharsis? No, to Mars. If I have to go on my own, would my other friends do this? To her, Jet Black was a sort of father figure, giving her guidance and security despite the starship's dysfunctional atmosphere, as well as advice in defending herself and listening to each other's hardships. When she first met him and Spike as she witnessed the Bebop crash land on Earth, she was both curious and concerned about his amputated arm. They had grown to like one another rather quickly since then. She also considered Faye to be like a loner, but an older sister nonetheless. She wasn't into gambling nor sex appeal, and she wasn't really fond of her like she was with the others, but over time she was a positive example in showing what a woman is made of, rather than be just a damsel in distress aside from being capture-prone or a mere sex symbol like she thought. Trudy regarded the Bebop crew as her own surrogate family, far better than her own back on Earth. She too wishes to see Edward and Ein again someday. Just then she heard Jet call for her. Trudy! Said it was time for breakfast. She could actually smell the fried eggs, which turned out to be fresh omelets complete with cheese, peppers, and onions. Her stomach rumbled. Her mind raced as to how and when she should tell the remaining bounty hunters, Jet and Faye, of the theory she got on Spike's fate. She wandered in slowly and then ate her omelet, knowing this may be her last meal within the Bebop ship. By the time they were done, Jet gave each of them the lowdown on where Faye and Trudy would be dropped off on Earth. Trudy never had a place to call home since she got estranged from her family. She instead wanted to go to where her friend Mary was, but Kanto was so distant she didn't know how to get there nor where it was. But Trudy couldn't resist any longer, and she blurted out the dream she had. Although Faye was returning to the city that was demolished by the meteors and ongoing debris, Trudy would be left off to her friend's location in Kanto, which was a slight relief since it beat being back in the slums. Jet, Faye, I need to tell you something. He looked at her in an attentive manner. I appreciate you dropping me off in Kanto, Jet, but I found out something last night. It's about Spike. I know where he is. They had mixed expressions. We all know where he is, Trudy. He died at the Red Dragon's headquarters. Faye saddened at the thought. She couldn't forget how upset she felt while absently shooting the roof in the hallway as she saw him walk away, never to return. No, he was taken away to another place. I saw him get resurrected in some dark chamber. The Red Dragons were there, and he inserted Vicious's blood in him. He's alive, but he may not be himself. Mary said we should go to Tharsis to find some clues. What do you say? Her eyes widened, while Jet paused as he tried to process the information. Well, that's ridiculous! This was all from a nightmare you had. You expect me to believe that Spike is miraculously alive in some desolate place? I can't believe Mary told you into this. As the Papa Wolf, Jet didn't believe the young cadet. It seemed that her and the trainer's predictions were true. I do. Oddly enough, the unlucky gambler was actually convinced. But for crying out loud, Faye, it was only some random nightmare. Dreams are nothing but only random fragments of the mind. I, for once, actually believe in her. If we could just find some traces of Spike, then he is alive somewhere. If he is truly alive and well, Jet, we'll find him. And if not, then I guess we'd be wasting our time. But we won't know until we even try. He hesitated. Trudy thanked her. He took a deep sigh. All right. But return home when you guys are done. I want to see Spike for myself if he is ever around. He deserves an ass-whooping for upsetting us. Trudy can be more ecstatic. She and Faye headed out to the Bebop's loading dock. It was very close on its approach to Earth's hyperspace gate, so they needed to turn back to Mars once more. If Spike wouldn't be found, Jek was planning to scrap the wrecked ship away and may retire on his home planet, the 7th largest moon of Jupiter, Ganymede. Faye has volunteered to go with her to Tharsis, the major city of Mars. Ever since life was sustained within the Red Planet during the breakthroughs of the late 21st century, the distant plateaus developed into a metropolis. It was also home to Martians Spike and Julia, while also housing a stronghold, a skyscraper that housed the lethal Red Dragon Syndicate. As Faye and Trudy looked down, they saw it for themselves, poking through the rising mist like a sharp needle. That sinister 30-story watchtower was the same location where Spike assassinated Vicious. On the Red Tail, they departed. Jet said he'll meet up with them if anything should go awry, even though he was still skeptical on whether or not Trudy was only leading them on a wild goose chase. They showed up and the hideout was demolished and abandoned from the onslaught not long ago. The roofs collapsed in one side while a huge chunk of walls were missing by an explosion. Bloodstains were everywhere, but there were no corpses. Furniture were tossed asunder and broken. So were the glass panels in the roof of the topmost floor. At least the elevator was still operational. Faye led Trudy upwards and there was no sign of Spike, though the room itself was hard for them to see through the darkness. They finally noticed him scuffing his feet from behind a wall. He was completely free from injury. Then he smiled wryly at them as he pointed his fingers out like a gun. Bang! Spike? Faye couldn't believe he was there. She thought he could be like a drugger of sorts. Then strutted up to them, with his body as straight as a pencil. It's been a while, Faye. And Trudy. Spike! You're alive! I am. Trudy could hardly stop her heart and mind from racing. Spike! It's so good to see you! I guess my dream was true after all. Wait till Jet hears about this. Come on! He's in the Bebop waiting for us. Should be here any second. She was quite relieved since she would be able to prove the black dog wrong for once. Spike had a surprised expression as Trudy demanded, but his face shortly became stoic again. Certainly. I'd be glad to board it again and meet the old bag. But what is it, Spike? You'll still be with us, right? Absolutely. That's why I'm here. To meet your acquaintance first. Dug into his overcoat, but the main reason why I came here. He drew out his signature golden pistol, the Jericho 941, is to exterminate you. That put Faye and Trudy on edge. Spike? What are you doing? A duel, Faye. You can't be serious. He never backed down. Draw out your weapon. Both of them were too stunned like deer in headlights. Just then Spike clicked the back of his Glock, aimed and fired in between their foreheads. The shot caused the two women to scatter. Trudy divided to the right while Faye fell to the left, covering herself beside some boxes. He shot wildly, letting out a few straight bullets with that one deadly objective in mind. Cannot hide forever! Spike's eyes on his prey. He first spotted Faye, who was about to make her move on him. Dove in and tackled her down. She struggled to get her off, but his body was too heavy. She wanted to kick his crotch while he was beginning to crush her airwaves and gaze wildly into her dwindling eyes. Trudy ambushed from behind, putting Spike in a stranglehold. When he noticed her, he stopped suffocating Faye and smacked Trudy off with a strong backhand. Her face began to swell as she fell, but she never gave up. She retaliated when he threw her backward as he was lunging toward her. They both stood up and he aimed for Trudy's stomach with a kick, but she managed to hold his leg, twist it, and tossed it in his body. Spike wound up on his side. Trudy actually used this move before with several thugs. Spike was impressed as he remembered that stunt. Not bad, Space Cadet. This was a nickname he gave her days before since she was known to zone out a lot. while also referring to the fact she was only a low-class bounty hunter, then gave her a very strong punch to her right cheek soon after the compliment. Her vision was very faint upon impact. She felt her body shutting down. She sunk onto her knees and later collapsed to the cold floor. Faye was startled by the sight of her fallen comrade. Spike just stood and admired the damage. He clearly had an appetite for killing and destruction, but he never made a move on the hapless diva. "I am sparing your life for the moment, Faye. You'd better not notify Jet of my whereabouts. It's best you keep your slutty mouth shut." She was terrified. The Red Dragons will soon rule the world over. There would be a war to determine our fate. It is something that Vicious wished he had done, and I am fulfilling his promise. We too have the same blood. We will reign supreme and triumph over the ISSP first. So if I were you, I'd run. If you dare tell Jet any of this, I will kill you personally. You have been warned." He withdrew his weapon into his right pocket and walked off, leaving both a stupefied Jet and an unconscious Trudy behind. Moments later, a swordfish landed near the summit of a very tall, steep mountain at a great distance. He returned to the same location where he was awakened and bowed to the mysterious leader. "Master, I have completed the mission. I have spread the word to my enemies of the oncoming war. Is it time?" "Yes. We let these puny citizens wait enough. Within 72 hours we shall strike. Prepare for the battle of the new century." "Yes, sir." Spike let out a huge grin. "At last!" "Finally, after several months of planning, I finally brought the second chapter into fruition. I actually wrote this out in an old notebook over 5 years ago. But unfortunately, I lost all work shortly after. Hopefully I'd make up for lost time. So Spike has officially been brainwashed by the Red Dragons. It almost made sense since Vicious said that he and Spike have the same blood. They too are the most volatile men in the highest ranks within the Syndicate, so it's no doubt he'd have a killing machine, much like his former enemy. So the galaxy's fate hangs in the balance of the impending war. Let's hope the surviving Bebop crew would do something about this. I hope OBS got all this. So until then, this is Ecron Rider signing out. Ciao, everyone. See you again, Space Cowboys and Cowgirls. Welcome back to another session of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Last time, Trudy and Faye have actually visited Thorsis, and they were ambushed by a resurrected Spike Spiegel, who was hell-bent on killing and destruction. With that, they lost the duel. Faye was just stupefied while Trudy was out of commission, and the war is set to be in 72 hours. What war is this, and how will the bounty hunters deal with it? Well, let's find out, shall we? Alright, Recessional of the Red Dragons, Chapter 3, also known as Researching the Troops. Time to show my awesome ideas for the Bebop crossover. I hope it'll come to show that Earthlings aren't always primitive and weak as the series proclaims. I'm sure you all are going to be quite surprised at what I came up with. Trudy had another dream, but it wasn't the same night terror she had before. She was in a dark chamber. However, she heard a soothing musical noise. It was faint, but she eventually made it out as a jingle coming from a little music box. As she glanced harder, she saw it within a dim bead of light, its right handle rotating slowly. She then recognized this as a familiar tune, one that belonged to a special woman that was loved or deserved to be loved, Julia. By the time the song ended, the dream began to fade. She then woke up, and her body, including her face, was completely sore, and it also felt like it was being crushed. There was a bright fluorescent lamp hanging over her, and some elderly man was also looming. He was known only by his name and occupation, Doc. He was a man in his late 70s and a personal acquaintance with Jet. He and Spike go to him regularly whenever they were injured during numerous bounty hunting missions, though treatment came at a price, spending some of their earnings. His balding head, gray whiskers, old spectacles, and gentle demeanor was sort of welcoming to Trudy despite the excruciating pain. He just inserted a needle to numb her suffering. She really took quite a beating. It's unbelievable that Spike actually did this to her. Endangered Faye as well. But she will live. Thanks, Doc. Jet looked over her in a hopeless manner. Even he was just as distraught once he found out from Faye as soon as he landed next to the dreaded skyscraper. She just called as soon as the Swordfish 2 left. Bebop was on their case. She was lucky Jet wasn't spotted by the lethal spacecraft. She sat at the waiting room for results and Jet had yet to tell her. He heard Trudy mutter something, snapping him out of his reverie. Oh, Jet. Will I recover? Yes, Trudy. You put up quite a fight. And lost. It's almost like you were hit by a lot of sledgehammers. But you'll live. The doc says you'll be fine within a few days of rest. He recommended for Trudy to stay here for the time being, and he at times kept reassuring her that she was safe whenever he came around to her bedside. He was a bit worried about the dire news he heard from Faye and Jet of Spike stating the chances of an interstellar war with less than 72 hours. At a earshot, he told Jet that if the time comes, they should evacuate Mars along the Bebop, and from the nightmare Trudy had, he's afraid there may not be a reversal. Back in the waiting room, Faye felt relieved on Trudy's condition, but was also desperate to investigate Tharsis again and search for a solution to bring Spike back. But it would be suicide, Jet said, far too risky. Besides, he theorized they could be elsewhere and won't be found very easily. She argued they can't just stay here and let the impending conflict happen, nor let Spike find out. Minutes dragged on to hours, and then into a day until dawn rose. Only about 48 hours to go. Doc gave Jet and Faye permission to visit Trudy whenever they pleased. Ugh, lousy scrolls. Everyone ate together during breakfast, and by the time it was over, while Jet was the last to leave, Trudy in a whisper wanted to give her tablet so he could research her friend Mary on Earth. She and her cousins could be some excellent use for the upcoming battles since they were known as Pokémon champions from their corresponding homelands. She also recommended her Reploid friends X and Zero in a distant mechanical hub somewhere in Tokyo. All right, Trudy, I'll take your word for it. She was too weak to write down the passcode, so she only whispered in his ear instead. He was the only one she trusted with her own life. From her room within the Bebop, Jet received the locked black tablet. Typed in the code Trudy gave him, and he tapped on the planet Earth from the layout of the entire solar system. Then zoomed in at Japan's location and came across some data regarding the resident of Kanto, as well as other neighboring regions. The first was, of course, Mary, and her info was listed as below. And before I go any further, the Pokemon trainers were actually inspired by Pika Apes. You know, the person that does all those dubs featuring the Rescue Team mangas, as well as the game, which she compares it to Soul Eater. That person. They're actually trainers of hers, and with her permission, I actually included them during the war. So, I'm not going to read all of this, I'll just stop by for a couple of seconds. There's Mary, the trainer of Kanto. She has a Venusaur, Pidgeot, Butterfree, Pikachu, Dragonair, and Vulpix. And I'm assuming they're all in this order. You may pause it if you want to. Basically, it just talks about each of the trainers, their age, their residence, their Pokemon, what they've been through, all that stuff. So, those are all her Pokemon here. Venusaur, Pidgeot, Butterfree, Pikachu, and Dragonair, Vulpix. So, like I said, if you want to pause here, you may. don't feel like going over them. It's just far too long, and it made the chapter drag on forever. So you can pause here if you want. And there's also Vulpix. You can pause here if you want. So, yeah. There's also April, which is one of her first cousins. She's from Johto, obviously Generation 2. There's Cyndaquil, Noctowl, Ampharos, Politoed, Espeon, and Red Gyarados. Yeah, a Red Gyarados. And, unlike Mary, Peaky's didn't give any more nicknames, although I kind of wish she did. You know, they're very interesting. Alright, so there's the Pokemon, there's Cyndaquil, there's her full team. You can pause here if you want. Just describes each one, really. So you can pause here if you want to read it. And there's also Espeon and Gyarados. So you can pause here if you want to read them. There's Marina from Hoenn, Little Root Town, just moved from Johto. This is the third cousin. I wasn't really crazy about Gen 3. I was only into Kanto and Johto the most. And I guess I happen to be a Gen 2er if there's such a thing. So, those are all her Pokemon. Blaziken, Beautifly, Azumarill, Altaria, Absol, and Castform. So you can pause here if you want to read this. And there's Absol and Castform. You can pause here if you want to. As well as Crystal, who is a resident from Sinnoh, Twin Leaf Town. It happens to be Empoleon, Staraptor, Rapidash, Pachirisu, Togekiss, and Lucario. So, there's Crystal. And there's Empoleon. You can pause here if you want to read this. Those are her Pokemon. Empoleon, Staraptor, Rapidash, Pachirisu, Togekiss. You may pause here if you want to read this. And there's also Togekiss and Lucario. You can pause here if you want to read this. And there's also Lizzie, who happens to be one of the cousins born in Unova. Yes, there's more than one cousin born in Unova, because there's Black and White and there's Black and White 2. So, here's Lizzie. Her Pokemon is Samurott, Simisear, Unpheasant, Sawsbuck, Minipede, traded for Emolga, and also Volcarona. And as well as a certain dragon. So there's Samurott, Simisear, Unpheasant, Sawsbuck, Emolga, and Volcarona, as well as a certain dragon. You may pause here if you want. There's also Emolga, Volcarona, and Zekrom. Yep, Black Dragon Zekrom. Also known as the Yin in the Tau Trio. You may stop here if you want. And there's also her half-sister, Beth, who was also born in Unova. And they happen to be half-sisters because their father was actually the same father that gave birth to Lizzie and Beth, but he actually had an affair and had to divorce from someone, so they had different mothers. You can pause here if you want. There's Samurott, Arcanine, Braviary, Zoroark, from N, actually, Sawsbuck, Galvantula, and Reshiram. So you can pause here if you want to read, as well as here. Fortunately, she reunited with Lizzie eventually. And you can pause here if you want to, as well as her Pokemon. Samurott, Arcanine, Braviary, Zoroark, which actually belongs to N. You can pause here if you want to read this. There's Zoroark, Sawsbuck, Galvantula, and Reshiram. pause here if you want to read this. Loyal Companion. It's actually the yin of the Tao trio. And there's no Curum. There's no Curum. Which is kind of good because I like those two better. And finally, there is Jenny. She actually made it up to Gen 6, though, since there's Alola and as well as Galar. I wish she would update this. If only she was on DeviantArt more often. So there's Jenny. You can pause here if you want. And these are her Pokemon. Delphox, Talonflame, Florges, and Dedenne. Pause here if you want. There's also Aurorus and Mega Evolved Blastoise. So you can pause here if you want to read this. So, Jet was quite impressed with the trainer's skills as well as their camaraderie and kindness towards others. Sure beats the hell out of dealing with drug dealers or corrupt cops in the ISSP. Perhaps there'll be new recruits when this is over. Though we grew worried they may not adapt to Mars's lighter, more toxic atmosphere. He also recalled Trudy saying she had some Reploid friends, like the Pokemon champions that also happened to live in Japan, or rather created there. Their names were X and Zero. The former was a blue robot, and the latter was the red robot, which is actually from Mega Man X. Yes, I'm into the X series, but I'm a casual fan. I'm not very crazy like the Quarter Guy or the Great Clement. I'll explain that later. And he looked through each of their profiles. You can pause here if you want. Talks about Mega Man X, or X for short. Pause here if you want. I don't feel like reading all of this. But yeah, basically, it's like his birth story with Dr. Kane rather than Dr. Light because he passed away just before X was made. And I think the original was actually Sigma. So you can actually pause here if you want to see more. He's around 14, 15 years of age. He was created by Thomas Light, but Dr. Kane watched over him. Actually, I changed the timeline to make it more time relevant to Bebop. Instead of the 1980s, it was the 1970s, or rather 2000XX or whatever. But I made it 1970s because it was a little before the original Mega Man. So, yeah. You can pause here if you want. Light was not without foresight and fears. It says the reliability of robots can act more like humans. So, you can stop here if you want. Sleeping Robot was remade as X. And of course, there was Sigma. Unfortunately, Zero sacrificed himself to save X. I actually highlighted the events from Mega Man X to X4. Yes, there was X5 as well as others, but thanks to a certain someone on YouTube, I actually like X and X4 the most. So you can pause here if you want to read this. And this is actually the last of it, the Repliforce, which takes place in X4. You can pause here if you want. And there's also Zero. It's created by Dr. Wily, which was a huge plot twist. Real huge. And I don't know. Maybe I'll give links to the description of the reviews. I don't know. You can pause here if you want. Alright, X. Didn't want his friends to be in the hands of Mavericks. He actually was, but thanks to the Sigma virus, everything went awry. You can pause here if you want. So, Repliforce was labeled Maverick after the Sky Lagoon incident. Again, this was Mega Man X4, to which Zero has the most personality, actually, the most development. Except for that infamous part where he lost Iris. So you can stop here if you want. It takes forever. You can stop here if you want. And Sigma was defeated, and you can pause here if you want. So, other than that, let's get on with it, shall we? Jet was undoubtedly impressed by both Reploids, but mostly Zero's case, since he and Spike can relate to his tragic tales of loss, pain and suffering, betrayal, and running amok by a misguided view or having a few screws loose. He wondered if Zero and Spike would share a strong bond if the impending war should be over. His mental rambling was interrupted as he saw Faye carrying Trudy, still injured, on her shoulders. Body was still very sore, and Doc suggested she should continue taking her pain medication every 4 hours till the swelling and sharp pangs have subsided. On account of the upcoming war within a couple of days, Jet decided for them to board the Bebop and head to Earth. He told the two women of the findings he had on Trudy's own tablet. "She gave you permission to use that thing?" "Of course," despite Trudy barely giving a nod. He figured with some help from her good friend Mary, her cousins, and the two valiant Reploids, he might stand a chance against Spike and the uprising Red Dragons, although he was unsure himself, as was Faye. "Don't worry." Wincing, her poor muscles ached. "I'm sure they would be of use to us. I just hoped Doc and Laughing Bull would be all right." They couldn't have thought otherwise. So the Bebop departed the Doc's private hospital as he waved them goodbye as it lifted off. So, when I was watching Cowboy Bebop for the first time in January, believe it or not, I saw the first episode. What a coincidence, huh? I saw a review of the Mega Man X series by Idiot No Ben. You can find him on YouTube, actually. Maybe I'll give links to the description. He highlighted the original to X4, and it sounded like an interesting series. I was then fascinated more once I was able to see those plus LPs from the great Clement. Huge-ass Mega Man X fan. I was aware of the failures from X5 onwards, so I'll only be using story material from the first 4 games. If it wasn't for the info I found at the Mega Man MMKB, I wouldn't have gotten this far. As for the Pokemon trainers that were done by my old friend Pika Ace, whom you'd find here, and YouTube also, she used to have Beth and Jenny's profiles, but I'm not sure why she lost them. So I did the rest by memory, and I hope I got the intel right, which I actually did. She actually responded on DeviantArt, but she doesn't hang out there anymore. Like I said, Gen 7 and 8 have already passed, so I hope she'll catch up. So another chapter down. Sorry about the length and if all those bios were boring, but hey, I got something to introduce the characters. There's just so much to go over. Glad that's out of the way. Till then, this is the Ecron Writers signing out. So I'll see you again, Space Cowboys and Cowgirls. Welcome back to another session of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Last time, Jet has actually went over the profiles with Trudy's permission to go over her tablet, and he just did his research on the upcoming recruits for the war that's set to take place in about 48 hours. So, this is actually multi-universal fic involving both Pokemon and Mega Man X, in which the latter I changed the timeline of to make it seem more relevant. So, there is Mary, April, Marina, Crystal, Lizzie, Beth, and Jenny, as well as their teams, and also Mega Man X and Zero. They're all involved in this upcoming war, and they were actually notified by Trudy, to which Mary spread the news over. So, without further delay, let's get on with the show, shall we?
Alright, Chapter 4, The Good, the Bad, and the Mystical. This will be very interesting. About a day and a half had passed. Trudy was still in the middle of recovery. Jet went to the Bebop with her and Faye, and Doc promised to prepare for the evacuation to Earth, which was regarded as more technologically challenged and primitive than Mars. Well, obviously, it was a shooting gallery of meteorites from that destroyed space gate. Ugh. I hope that doesn't happen for reals. Hope Japan is aware of that. Jet then chatted to an old friend who was once in the ISSP until they both quit due to its corruption. There was an elderly Negro with thinning white hair and a wrinkled face showing his age speaking to Jet via televid. He was greatly alarmed at the news about the impending interstellar war. I can't believe Spike is involved in the rise of the Red Dragons. This seems to be getting worse. What do you mean by that? It seems that the Syndicate is gathering more assassin soldiers, drugs and supplies in preparation for it, and Mars, including Tharsis, will be their rallying ground. From here in Ganymede to Venus, not just here. This is awful. I sure hope that these chosen Earthlings would prevent such a terrible travesty. The ISSP would really have their hands full. He was full of sweat. Donnelly folded his hands and dropped it. His hands, actually, and dropped it. Jet, please be very careful. I've never seen anything like it since the assault on Titan. I will, Donnelly. Stay safe. You too. The screen went off. As the Bebop was about to leave the red planet, he wanted to give someone a proper farewell. He looked over the windshield and saw a tiny bonfire with a desolate canyons. Landed there, and sure enough, it was the Martian nomad Laughing Bull. He ordered Faye to stay on board as he and Trudy wanted to visit him one last time before the war. After she asked for assent, of course. He left the cockpit and heard a familiar, though ominous, hymn. Yow, yow, yee. Yow, yow, yee. The embers were licking the air, and incense also risen. Whatever it was, this was truly a very serious message that either Laughing Bull was giving or receiving from the Great Spirit. There was the usual stuff on the distant frontier, from the TP with the obsolete PlayStation on top, and even his pet wolf. He seemed to be looking out at something, smelling the air and letting out a sly growl. By the time Jet and Trudy approached the campsite, Laughing Bull stopped to notice them without looking up. Ah, the two weary travelers are finally here. His wolf just sat next to him. How wonderful it is to see you again, Running Rock. You know I hate that name, right? Oh, and I see you brought over a newcomer. The native Martian stood up, shook her hand, and welcomed Trudy. She was pretty shy by his greeting, touched her chin. Hello, young one. Do not fear me. I don't bite. Hi. Jet still maintained his seriousness. So what do you know about this war with the Red Dragon Syndicate? Laughing Bull winked glum as he lowered his hand. Ah, yes, the poor damn soul of Swimming Bird. Or Spike. Come, I need to show you something. Led them toward the bonfire and invited them to sit beside them, though Jet preferred to stand while Trudy sat with her legs crossed. As I had said to Running Rock, Jet as you call him, I'd informed him that with every living, breathing creature there has a guardian star. Each one fades within the sky as one dies. Swimming Bird lost his. I had seen the blue star fizzle myself. However, I found him to be alive and evil, no longer like his true self. That's what I saw in my nightmare. I saw Spike being surrounded by the Red Dragons. Then he was inserted blood from Vicious. Then he attacked both me and Faye in their hideout. She cringed at the last incident. Jet tried to reassure her. Indeed,
Swimming Bird would never be the same as long as Striking Snake influences him. He went on to say the Snake and Bird are constantly in conflict with each other. It was almost theorized that the van predicted that a fortune teller warned them that on the night of the blood moon, the snake would slither and strike with its venomous fangs, to which he did. Hence the name for the new short-lived master of the syndicate. He paused for a brief moment as he saw something display in the flames. A red star appeared. He stated this was where the same spot Spike's blue star was. Jet said this could be a red giant and are usually harmless. That depends on Swimming Bird's fate. This war could either be isolated or spread out across the great beyond. He'll either stay red or turn white and collapse, destroying everyone and everything in sight. Jet knew what he meant in a scientific sense. He said that a red giant could lose its pressure and cannot fuse energy, so it burns more and leaves a white dwarf. Then, after its core collapses and reignites, it'll soon evolve into a devastating supernova as it bursts. This often happens when one white dwarf fuses with another smaller one, triggering the explosion. But what does that have to do with Spike? She was never really good at science nor astronomy, so Jet's words were sort of like gibberish. It means the red star was only the beginning. Swimming Bird's guardian star has transformed, and he may never turn back. If it should turn white and infuse with another, as was the case with Striking Snake's essence, then the result would be devastating. So, there's no way I'm returning Spike? You'll stay this way forever? Trudy was growing very upset. This also caught Jet off guard. And the resulting explosion means that Spike would permanently lose his way? No chance for redemption? Laughing Bull said nothing. Trudy then burst into tears. I can't believe this! The all she had before was only a small fragment of what was yet to come. Look! The stars are gathering! Sure enough, they were. A cluster of white ones were coming together, forming a much larger, shinier celestial body. In addition, there was a silver one floating around the cluster, as if it was gathering them. There may be some hope after all. Jet and Trudy looked towards his vision, but they didn't observe it. Laughing Bull? No tricks now! I was frankly tired of Laughing Bull's negativity and riddles. This is the first stars gathering the astral forces together. You're the one! Stood up and motioned her to stay put. Went inside and came out moments later holding a silver necklace. He handed it to her. Here, this is for you to wear. There was a pendant shaped like a multi-pointed star in the center of a thin velvet ribbon. What's this? You are the wandering star. This would make a great name for you. You're the one who will save this universe from irreversible destruction. Why her? What does she have to do with all this? It is her destiny, Rolling Rock. He put his thick, calloused hands on her shoulders. That is why. It must be you. You have gathered all the astral forces together and will end this war. And may also save Swimming Bird if time permits itself. I'm the wandering star? She looked down at the pendant, then hesitated as she thought of her friends on Earth who could fight against the Red Dragons. This is the responsibility you must accept. If victorious, it will restore balance to the great beyond in the way it once was. Trudy and I, we've described some of her allies. They must be the ones coming together. Keep this pendant close to your heart. It'll show protection against harm. This could also symbolize your own wandering mind. He then walked off and grew somber. Dark matter grows, as does the criminal syndicate. That reminded Jet of Donnelly's warning, and he felt something was amiss. Is there something that you are not telling us? After a brief moment, Trudy blurted out that Laughing Bull once belonged to the Syndicate. Jet retorted to never jump to conclusions. She had a bad tendency doing just that. However, to their surprise, she was correct. Laughing Bull stated with a heavy heart he was originally one of the Syndicate's advisors, as a shaman no less, but he decided to desert the Syndicate due to pressure and unease of their criminal activities. And why not? He had a similar sitting pose as the elderly members of the van. He looks and speaks very similar to them, and they know how to use medicinal means, the black arts of sorcery and incantations. In this case, resurrecting Swimming Bird by using striking Snake's volatile blood, awakening people's fighting instincts. He became a nomad to avoid execution due to his desertion, so there was a reason to get whacked aside from disobedience or sloth. Before Vicious climbed the ranks, there was a former member named Kim Yakushimo who wanted to rule the Syndicate for himself, much like him, and conquer all Tharsis. Then Mars portraying like a god. He was a well-dedicated con and martial artist that could even rival the righteous Mao Yenrai, until he mysteriously went missing and left the Syndicate to rot under Striking Snake's evil doing. Kim only used him as a host for returning dead or wounded people to the battlefield, develop them into absolute tools of annihilation. It was no wonder Laughing Bull was a former participant, since Julia and Spike knew him all too well. That entire speech put both Trudy and Jet in stunned silence. She stormed away, leaving the star pendant on. Jet wanted to go after her. Rolling Rock. Go to her. The Wandering Star needs our assistance, and she has to have all the support she could possibly get. I know things are very grim with a war in less than 2 moons, and having her best friend succumb to the Master's evil persuasion, but she needs us, and our devoted allies on Earth. She does need our help. She can't turn her back on us now, and I know this is a lot to take in. Even I'm still nerve-wracked over Spike and his fate. But we can't give up. He's just as determined as ever before. The fate of Spike and the great beyond is in our hands. Please do not let it all be in vain, and may victory be on our side. I can make no promise we would survive, but we'll do our best. I'll certainly be damned if we go down now. Jet thanked Laughing Bull, and he advised for Trudy to never lose faith nor the star pendant no matter what should happen. Also, she should focus on her dreams. These could only mean something very vital to their success. Jet headed off toward the Bebop, meeting up with the distraught Trudy inside, who was being comforted by Faye and her friend Mary via tablet. That cry Laughing Bull let out was ripped off from a rap song I used to hear. Unfortunately, I don't know what the name of it is. I wish someone would help me identify it. It really did have some unusual ominous music in the background when you disregard the derogatory lyrics, which is pretty common with rap songs. I hate hip-hop. Except for Rihanna, but I grew out of it. The Wandering Star was something I made up for Trudy, aside from her name meaning Spear of Strength. She does have a wandering mind, and thus nicknamed the Space Cadet. Kim Yakushimo was a name I came up with. The surname was a random name, but Kim had more significance. It's a unisex name, and it was chosen on account of the nefarious North Korean animator Kim J.O.K. Kinda like Simba, King Lion, Winter, and the Golden Child, as bizarre as they were, but it was a once watch through for me. It's definitely a hell of a lot better than this other asinine work, and I have a lot of bigotry with SEK, especially with their propaganda cartoon Squirrel and Hedgehog. You wouldn't believe the details behind this. They and Kim are just plain monsters. So there was Kim Yakushimo for ya. Does mean ruler, after all. I desperately wish that SEK, along with North Korea's totalitarian government, could just die off. So another chapter done. Next one would be rather difficult, so stay tuned for that. Till then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. See ya, space cowboys and cowgirls.
Damn, I like that song. Hey guys, welcome back to another segment, or rather session, of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Last time, Jethead and Trudy actually reunited with Laughing Bull, whom he just revealed that it's Trudy's destiny in order to reunite some celestial bodies, or rather her allies, against the Red Dragons. Although she must hurry because the Red Dragons are actually in the process of taking over the whole galaxy along with Spike, and according to his vision, there was a supernova in which, if Spike's demeanor is not reversed in time, then it would be permanent. Like if the white dwarfs should merge with one another, meaning Spike with Vicious's influence in him, then he shall remain that way permanently. And the reason why Laughing Bull knows all this is because he once belonged to the Red Dragons. I mean, come on. Him, the Van, the Syndicate, Julia and Spike, who know him very well. It's kind of obvious, actually. Besides, he looks very similar to the Van. So, Trudy is now distraught, and they actually head back to Earth. So, with about 48 hours remaining, actually less than that, the Bebop heads to Earth. So, let's get this thing going. Alright, Chapter 5, Exile on Earth. This chapter was a very difficult one to make. I sometimes thought I would never get it done, but this is only one of the toughest chapters to write. I'm desperately hoping to get these out of the way and never leave this fic up in the air again, which I did 5 years ago. Trudy was still upset about Laughing Bull's revelations on how and why he was a former member of the Syndicate, that the war would forever change Spike's persona, and the assurance of being the Wandering Star did little to cheer her up. Nevertheless, she kept looking down on her silvery pendant as it glowed within the light coming from her tablet within her dark bedroom. The Bebop was finally exiting Mars's thin atmosphere and heading to Earth to recruit some allies for the upcoming war, which was over 24 hours away. Fate first thought about Radical Edward and Ein. She kind of missed them and hoped in a way they'd be useful. She then headed inside Trudy's solitary room of shadows and flicked on the switch. Please, Faye. I prefer it dark. She clearly didn't want to see her face distorted with tears along with blotchy eyes and cheeks. Faye walked over to her as Trudy continued to look over her tablet, fingers moving vigorously. I suppose they're the allies Jet keeps talking about. Yeah, they are. I've just contacted them and gave them the news of the war on Mars. They were stunned, mostly the trainers, since they were never able to go into space. Closest they gotten was entering the rainbow cloud. There are actually some exotic creatures that can live in space, such as Mew, her clone Mewtwo, Deoxys, the Pokémon from Mount Moon, a monstrous dragon named Curum, and some others. However, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for the Reploids, but unfortunately I can't reach them. They were a little fascinated, Trudy's friends, as Earthlings weren't always primitive as they were claimed to be, even though some weren't capable of intergalactic travel yet. Their hopes abruptly screeched to a halt while the Bebop shook violently. An alarm inside the massive cockpit went off, and the radar and the dashboard showed an enemy starship firing at them. The ship shook again, and it was later revealed to be a swordfish. Spike! Everyone was shocked, especially Jet. Bloodthirsty assassin spoke to the doomed crew. He was eager to blow them out of the stars. I knew you guys were escaping from Mars. Ah, the Bebop. Too bad it needs to be destroyed. I bet it's no match for my own swordfish. But how about it, Jet? His eyes narrowed and his face wrinkled in a fetish for bloodshed. Spike, you can't be serious. Vicious's blood has truly changed you for the worst. Judy was right all along. Wanted to mention Laughing Bull, but he knew Spike wouldn't hesitate to murder him if he found out. To her surprise, Jet was actually supporting her dreams. I must blow you all into space dust.
I will never let you survive and spread the word. Swordfish kept on firing missiles and bullets may have bounced off the walls, but the windows began to shatter. Even a wing was severed from the ship. Spike was indeed desperate to shoot his former friends down. Faye volunteered to fight back using her red tail while Trudy stayed with Jet and the Bebop. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Swordfish was proven to be too agile since it was a modified mono racer, while also being really strong. With each assault, the Bebop was falling apart. It couldn't sustain the abuse from its missiles and bullets since it was an old worn-down spacecraft and couldn't move as fast as the Zip craft. There were numerous punctures through the walls. Gravity and air were failing, and as Jet was losing his breath, he immediately decided to evacuate the Bebop, while he and Trudy would take the Hammerhead. Spike's ship was building energy from its needle-like shooter from the underside. Then he was attacked by a missile at its side, immediately suspected to be the meddling Red Tail. But right the hell out of nowhere, one other starship appeared, and it shot back the Swordfish again with flawless precision. There was a light-colored emerald space shuttle piloted by Zero with his partner X. Yahoo! Bring it on! Pick on somebody your own processing, you bastard! They got involved in a fierce dogfight. Over the comm controls, Trudy begged them not to destroy Spike. X was beginning to agree that the deadly assailant was once her friend, infected by his dead arch-rival's blood. He was being manipulated by the new leader of the Red Dragons. Coming from recent experience from the Reploforce Wars, since he lost the General, the Colonel, and Iris for that same reason, Zero reluctantly accepted. No one can destroy him, but we can make him suffer. X! He ordered him to help evacuate the Bebop. Just then the blue bomber dropped down to the Bebop. Who are you? You, X? Yes, I am. We gotta hurry before the Bebop loads. There's not much time. While the Maverick Hunter kept Spike busy, Jet, X, Faye, and Trudy gathered as many important supplies as they could while the Black Dog and the Space Cadet packed the Hammerhead, and she did the same with the Red Tail as soon as it was docked. There was barely enough room and time before the damage was gaining on them. But Spike wasn't quite done yet. He eyed the Bebop and unleashed his bottled-up fury. Zero watched in horror as a powerful neon blue plasma beam was shot out, but the two Zip crafts exited the dying ship in the nick of time. They eventually saw it give in to the damage and explode into space. Their home was destroyed. It looked very glum. The precious Bebop. The home I built. It's gone. Seeing their despair in Zero's expression of deep hatred, Spike also noticed the Swordfish endured some critical damage to its outer hull. Zero was quite a formidable opponent in terms of dogfighting. I was surprised that an Earthling of all people would do it. It would seem I would spare your lives, for now. Know this! I will not stop to kill all of you. The war shall begin in 24 hours. I will not be staunched until I can accomplish my master's plan. If you dare to approach Mars's airspace, I will not hesitate. You've been warned about that. Let out a signature pose as he let out a bang, holding up his fingers like a gun. He ignited the boosters and soared off. Jet, Faye, and Trudy had no home. The cadet was able to obtain her tablet amongst other belongings, as did the femme fatale and their leader, who still soaked over the Bebop's demise. X tried to assure him as much as possible as he shared the Hammerhead. So with Zero's shuttle leading the way, they had no choice but to head to Earth. It was just the renovated spacecraft formerly made by NASA, the Hammerhead, and the Red Tail. During their voyage to the hyperspace gate, Zero and X were relating to the bounty hunters little by little. They explained about Trudy's nightmare as a bad omen to what was coming, as well as the fact that Spike is no longer himself due to Vicious's blood inserted by the new leader of the Syndicate. The Reploids found it very similar since their friends were also being controlled, then destroyed during an incident not too long ago called the Great Reploforce War, which is based on Mega Man X4. Both Zero and X blamed themselves for the tremendous tragedy. In their squadron, the Maverick Hunters have had new management.
After the great losses of Double, the General, the Colonel, and Iris, who was the General's sister and the love of Zero's life, Jet and Faye opened up more. X and Zero knew that a similar war is about to take place in Mars, particularly its capital city, Tharsis. They also explained on how the Red Dragons worked. Zero found himself to be very similar to Spike, sharing his predicaments. From confronting the ghosts of his past, to fitting in as something bigger than himself in the Maverick Hunters, and quickly soaring through the ranks, while also sharing his hot-headedness and desire to achieve, and losing his life before his eyes at the hands of a madman. Even he was reawakened after his own corruption from Dr. Wily, then being part of a world in which he thinks is all a never-ending nightmare. The Reploids were outraged that murder was the only way to keep everyone in line, even over Vicious. Unbelievable! Vicious and Master Yakushima were no different than that blasted Sigma. Damn them! X couldn't agree more. It seems we have a lot in common. You have no idea. Finally, the five-some went through Earth's hyperspace gate as soon as Jet entered in the access codes. They soon immersed into the atmosphere and soared over the eastern country, Japan. Trudy immediately contacted Mary, who was generous of their approach. All three ships landed in Saffron City's runway. She was awaiting the 5 heroes and took them to our pewter city via train. They soon walked through the Viridian Forest en route to her home in Pallet Town. She was greatly fascinated in how far Trudy and her friends have come. I think this was the farthest I got from the rough drafts I made several years ago when I lost that notebook with all my ideas. I remember being at a standstill when I started this chapter, as well as the one following it. I was lucky that my collaborator Pika Ace had helped me however she could. So we finally saw our fellow Maverick Hunters X and Zero, but the Bebop was tragically destroyed, and the heroes had no choice but to head to Earth, the doomed primitive planet that's still being bombarded by deep space debris ring and constant meteor showers. So, luck be with you, bounty hunters. I also believe that Zero's theme from X2 would play as the reinforcement arrived to help out the swordfish. Well, fight off the swordfish. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. See you later, space cowboys and cowgirls. God damn, I love that song. Hey guys, welcome to another session of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Last time, X and Zero actually came to Bebop Bounty Hunter's aid when they were dealing off with Spike and the Swordfish, after he threatened them that he'll blow them into space dust if they ever should spread the word. So, with about 24 hours to go, the war is still on. And unfortunately, the Bebop was actually destroyed by the Swordfish itself, especially from the plasma beam cannon. So, they didn't have a choice but to head to Earth. What will they do there? Well, let's find out. Alright, Recessional of the Red Dragons, Session 6, Rallying Up the Allies. Mary invited the 3 bounty hunters and the 2 maverick hunters to her home in Pallet Town. They, excepting Trudy, were quite amazed of all the little and huge unique creatures scampering about in Professor Oak's ranch. They certainly weren't like any other life form they've seen thus far. Mary explained who Professor Oak was, an elderly researcher that observes Pokémon of all things. He also has a young assistant named Tracy who's a Pokémon watcher and sketches in his notepad of their various activities. Her house wasn't too far. It was just a 2-story colonial with a blanche-painted exterior, massive amber roof that seemed to be rectangular, drooping unlike the other traditional triangular roofs. There were some windows overlooking the front, back, and sides of the house, and the yard was tidy. Inside there was a small foyer, a living room den to the left, a kitchen to the right, plus a stairway leading to her own private quarters. The guys hung out for a while. It was a very peaceful settlement, and Faye seemed to admire it. At least they hadn't been bombarded by meteors yet. Mary flicked on the televid. What everyone saw wasn't so pleasant, as there was a news break concerning an upcoming war. As word comes around, the interplanetary residents aren't taking any chances. All citizens have been stocking up on food, supplies, and weapons for the worst outer-dimensional conflict on record. The Red Dragon's crime syndicate would stop at nothing to destroy all of Mars and eventually impact Earth. The terrorists themselves would never take in any prisoners. Panic is everywhere as they have 2 options: kill or be killed. That seemed to put the gang in a state of great unease and anxiety. Jet and Trudy wondered if Spike would never return to his senses. What must they do? Suddenly a humongous eye with an indigo iris peeked in through a window and blinked. Faye immediately shut the curtains, annoyed at the curious creature. Faye! Soon a large passing silhouette of a bird of prey swooped over the house. Then there were a few light taps on Mary's front door. She opened it and there were 6 Pokémon awaiting her. One was a humongous light blue beast with a tropical tree growing on its back. Another was that bird having tan feathers and a colorful crest. One was a huge butterfly possessing unusually large wings and feelers. There was a sleek opal-colored serpent, a small yellow mouse with red cheeks, pointy ears with black tips, and a tail shaped like a thunderbolt. And finally a small fox with light brown fur and a beautiful orange mane. Guys, these are my best friends, my own Pokémon team. This is Venusaur Seedy, my good old Pidgeot named Sunny, my amazing Butterfree named Moonlight, the majestic Dragonair I call Diadem, and my Pikachu and Vulpix named Daffodil and Amber. Say hi, everyone. With smiles they all greeted the newcomers. Trudy especially was enthusiastic on their coming, while Jet and Faye waved to them in a coy manner. X just smiled back and Zero sat idly. Hi, you guys! The young cadet ran up to them. They were just as happy to see her. Their long-distance relationship finally came true after several years. So where are your cousins, Mary? Shouldn't they be here by now? There were a few flaps of gigantic wings as 2 other large fowls landed behind the group. Both women soon met up with the Kanto champion's family. April, who was riding on a menacing crimson serpent, Marina, which got off the broad shoulders of a muscular bipedal chicken, Crystal, who departed from a gargantuan black and white falcon, Lizzie, who got off the back of a massive buck, her half-sister Beth, who dismounted from another deer, and Jenny via her partner's talons that looked close to a phoenix with its blood-red and burnt black feathers. Quintet were astonished by the sight of these women who owned their exotic creatures. This time they didn't hesitate as Mary led them out. And there was April, Marina, Crystal. There was also Lizzie, Beth, and Jennifer, or Jenny. And unlike everybody else, she has a fiery demeanor. And you can read this yourself. I don't feel like describing them. They all introduced themselves as well as discussed the upcoming Red Dragon's War, in which the hours were quickly dwindling. They were lucky that while Earth's schedule was behind Mars's by just a day and a few hours, the hunters were still growing anxious to put a stop to it there. Millions of lives were at stake after all, and Mary and her relatives knew about this, thanks to Trudy's desperate messages. Jet was impressed she was able to recruit such people with limitless potential, thinking they may stand a chance. One by one, April, the others introduced everyone to their comrades and also taught them how to strategize using type advantages, use them in combat wisely in terms of strength and speed, and how each trainer must carry 6 Pokémon at one time. They also mentioned there was a war between Kanto and Johto around the time some of the elder cousins were born, so they weren't alone in that regard. The bounty and maverick hunters grew more attached to each other, and it was so strange and shocking that everyone had gone through similar hardships, whether it be great foreign conflicts or civil ones. This had proven they are more than ready for the looming battle they'd be facing. Everyone volunteered to pitch in on their fight against the syndicate using their best teammates. Jet nearly felt sorry for those innocent creatures being used as weapons, but Mary said this was all a trainer can do. Regardless, both he and Faye offered to give each trainer some weapons and ammo as a means to defend themselves. However, without the Bebop, he had no place nor material to make them. That was when Zero offered, "I could take you to our home turf, the Maverick Hunter headquarters in Able City. It's just several miles north of here." "Yeah, it's a mechanical place that's perfect for customizing weapons and armor. Just hope it wouldn't be too demolished by a revived Sigma again." They both remembered that fateful day when they met their enemy Sigma for the first time. "We're also very promising mechanics. I hear you won for the Bebop." That made the Black Dog admire the Reploids even more, disregarding the fact they're only highly advanced robots. As Mary and her cousins got their equipment prepared, they brought out the flying types. There was Pidgeot, Staraptor, and Talonflame, but also a large owl named Noctowl, a fowl with dark gray feathers known as a pheasant, and another huge fowl that had decorative feathers known as Braviary. A few were able to carry some extra passengers, and with minimal effort, they headed back to the Saffron City airport. As they were heading to the Maverick Hunter base, X remembered the dreadful fight with him, Zero, Chill Penguin, and Sigma, as well as several troops. Back then, Sigma was referred to as the commander of the Reploid forces before Zero took over his stead. While they went up against a berserk mechanaloid that went haywire, he remembered what his former allies said, that there are moments when Maverick Hunters cannot afford to hesitate in dangerous situations and must pull the trigger in order to save the innocent while still endangering a few, and that the hunters have sworn to be both sword and shield of those who aren't fully capable of defending themselves. Together, the flying types, the Hammerhead, Redtail, and the Shuttle reached the outskirts of the Maverick Hunter base. There were many towering structures that were nearly as high as the Red Dragon's skyscraper, if not higher. There were also some domed buildings and multiple complex layers of rails and roads. This seemed to suit Jet quite nicely in this futuristic setting. The sky wasn't as polluted like the bounty hunters dreaded, and it twinkled with stars in an indigo twilight. Everyone landed on the pad that was big enough for all their crafts and Pokémon. The Reploid greeted the group. "Good evening, hunters. I see you brought some friends along, and they look human. Oh, I see some Pokémon, too. What a treat. Come, I will show you around." It's just that as the heroes followed toward the massive lobby with the logo displayed on the reflective tile floor, each Reploid admired the presence of the humans. They eventually arrived at a dark control room with the massive plasma screen smack dab in the center. The room spiraled around the central area, and more Reploids greeted everyone while assembling some gadgets. "This is where we receive our mission objectives. It's the heart of the base, assembling weapons and equipment. Iris used to be here, as was X's former partner named Double." Jet asked the Reploids and how one of them could become a Maverick. They explained that it's barely any different than how a human would also turn corrupt, except there could be errors in coding, data, and manufacturing like any short circuits in the brain. Even Zero knew firsthand since he was labeled as a maverick once, working for his original creator, Dr. Wily, as well as the numerous uprisings including Sigma. Much like Vicious was with Spike, he was a loyal friend to their cause and a skilled combatant. He too was an expert hacker corrupting Reploid's codes and turning them maverick. Unfortunately, Dr. Kane, the creator of the Reploids, wanted to see what X was capable of, as he was a specimen from his descendant, Dr. Light. During a discussion, Kane stated to Sigma that X was capable of displaying emotions, specifically worry and care for others. Sigma didn't have that kind of affection, and instead was filled with avarice, anger, and violence, corrupting his own judgment. While X was proving to be more efficient than a mere robot that was encased for a century, became vengeful, and developed a bad reputation as the enemy he's known to be. After having some flashbacks of the day of Sigma, as well as X's century-long concealment, since Thomas Light wasn't able to see his potential through due to his advanced age, X and Zero remember their enemy's words of resentment, saying that the fight will determine the future of Reploids and humans alike, and the battle may be over, but the war has begun. Then they reminisced following the events of the Reploforce War, and had sworn to never hesitate and fight with all their might, to stand up against the Red Dragons to save the fate of the universe. After a hearty meal, X and Zero have mentioned that since Sigma was no longer a threat, the Reploids have been defending Earth in different ways. One of them was to shield the planet from the endless devastating meteor showers and space debris from the ring. They knew about the incident of the failed hyperspace gate experiment several decades ago that exploded and scarred the moon, so X and Zero occasionally volunteered. We just can't waste our time rusting, can we? They all seem to get the message. You've been defending Earth from these meteor showers? Yeah, soon after the new management of the Maverick Hunters, we heard about the Earth's destruction in a desolate location. We realized it was once your home. You're greatly sorry for your loss. Everyone wore a somber expression, but the important thing was that Faye finally got her memories back aside from the rare VHS tapes. This actually made Trudy have an epiphany. Before she said something, X spoke again. We've actually been contacted by many repairmen and cementers for our service. One of the damage control crews had 2 men, a dog, and some hyper red-headed girl who happened to be a very talented hacker. Edward! Eddie! I can't believe it! Right, so if you guys... want to see her and her family, I think I'll be coming here by tomorrow. But night's falling fast. I'm sure this must be jet lag for you bounty hunters. I'm sure you guys really need a good night's sleep. Don't forget, we still have one more day the war should start. Why don't you show them their headquarters, X? We've got a lot of work to do as far as armor and technology goes. Need some preparations. What about you guys? I know, Big X. We could simply find a place of our own. I think we should head back to our homelands and regroup later, just so we can say goodbye to our friends before the war. She was hit with a sense of dread. Even though they were highly skilled as champions in their own region, this conflict would certainly be the biggest challenge they'd ever face and may never return. With their flying types, they all headed back. So X showed Jet, Faye, and Trudy where they would slumber for the night. Faye took Iris's colorful bedroom, Trudy took the Colonel's since it was an adjacent room, as he was her brother, and Jet took the General's. After that, X met up with Zero as they made some modifications to their new allies' equipment and armor. It's nice to work with organic friends again, especially the Pokémon that are kind of similar to the anthropomorphic Reploids turned Mavericks we used to have. Yeah, especially since there'd be no way for them to possibly turn rogue. They felt more relaxed at the thought, and within several hours, the enhancements were complete before they got some shut-eye themselves. I think Pallet Town from Pokemon Leaf Green, Fire Red would sound there, and here are the songs for that. Also, Jenny's design was a bit of an inspiration from the character of the same name in Sleepy Hollow. Also, I have to ask,
why do both Zero and Spike have so much in common? If I get done with this story, I might do another one highlighting their common traits, which I lost inspiration. I'm not so sure about that. From here, the story's still going to be tough to put together. So stand by, space cowboys and cowgirls. Till then, this is the Ecron Writer signing off. Damn, is that song appropriate. Hey guys, welcome to another session of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Last time, the Bebop bounty hunters have actually met the Maverick hunters, as well as the Pokémon trainers, during their exile on Earth. So, they just came across Able City, which is the home turf of the Maverick hunters, as well as the Reploids, especially for X and Zero, in which they would actually spend the night there. And, a little spoiler alert, they're going to meet up with Radical Edward, as well as her family, and I. And this song is, well, I usually hate Majora's Mask with a passion as much as the angry video game nerd does. The song I just played would be very appropriate here. Alright, let's get this started. Alright, Chapter 7, The Final Hours. Before I forget, I don't know any of the material, I'm just a fan of Pokemon as well as Mega Man X, as well as Cowboy Bebop. With less than 24 hours remaining, at least in Earth's Japanese Standard Time, the Red Dragon War was drawing nearer and nearer. Trudy then had another dream involving the same opaque chamber where the music box stood, playing the same subtle melody. Only this time there was a saxophone and a piano playing it instead. Then, she was walking up to it, the song ended abruptly as a strong gust carried dust and blew the artifact away, shattering it in a nearby unseen wall. There was some kind of a blizzard, and the temperature suddenly got very frigid. This almost reminded Trudy of her time in Callisto. She was chasing after Spike in his hopes to find Julia, though he was unsuccessful. Only this time she was on a summit of a very high mountain that had a gentle slope. The sky was like a burnt cinnabar, and the storm only kept getting more violent. this all a dream? Amongst the wind, Trudy heard an alto female voice speak to her, as if she was talking telepathically, her deep words ringing in her ears. Noticing Trudy was shivering and trembling and had pale skin and lips, Faye woke her up afterwards. By the time Trudy finally got herself together, she described the dream and then requested Faye that when they get back to Mars, they need to make a quick pit stop somewhere in Tharsis. She remembered an old antique store that was run by an eccentric elderly man that seemed to collect many outdated goods from Earth, mostly audio and video cassettes. She wondered if there would be a music box there, the same one from her dreams, and wanted the melody on it to be exactly the same as that tune she kept hearing. Faye remembered it was this place when she received some tapes that highlighted her earlier years. Hunters! It didn't seem so thrilled. Radical Edward and her family are here again. X was a bit coy for their arrival. Here comes the world's youngest and best hacker on the planet. And annoying. They reluctantly followed... Not now. Not now! They reluctantly followed the Reploid to the main entrance where they were waiting outside. As expected, the skinny tall kid grew more ecstatic. If she ever makes another attempt to hack into the city systems or us, she's out of here. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll behave herself since she knows of the ban. X and Zero made it clear that the Maverick Hunters, as well as their comrades, weren't mere playthings to the hyperactive tech geek. At least Raden and his associate McIntyre were better company. Meanwhile, the sea messenger gave the intel toward the bounty hunters of their friend's arrival. Trudy was the first to immediately rise up and head downstairs to the front exit. Eddie! Hey! With a humongous giddy smile, Edward ran to the quintet. Trudy! Hey, good to see you! Hey! Sure enough, it was her father, Mr. Appledelli, lifting her up. Let's try and hold ourselves together, huh? This isn't considered to be decent behavior. Oh, sorry. Trudy still got the wind knocked out of her when she heard a familiar bark. It belonged to the little corgi, the puppy with the high IQ who looked very glad to see her. His eyes were sparkling as he smiled and panted, then started licking her. It's, nice to see you too, Wine. Voice was raspy from its sudden impact. Ooh, Bebop, Crew is here! Wow! Where's Spiky? Is he here? Everyone hesitated until Faye gathered the courage to speak. He's waiting for us on Mars, but he's working for the Red Dragon Crime Syndicate. That made Edward stop in her tracks, wearing a curious expression. Those were the evil people. The men in black that wanted to kill Spike back in Callisto, and then in Tharsis. He's one of them now. What do you mean? The enemy? Spikey's an enemy? Ein seemed to share the shock as he whimpered. Even he couldn't believe that was true. So that's what happened to him when my son left the Bebop and wanted to be with us. McIntyre was sort of different since he hardly knew him, though Edward was been talking to her dad a lot. Yes, unfortunately there's going to be a war on Mars, and Syndicate is leading it. Her heart as heavy as lead. First the war on Titan, and now this. They're making their way here if they should destroy all of Mars. Trudy has some allies who will arrive here soon. Some Pokémon trainers who are cousins volunteered for the war effort. They're very skilled in combat, and they're hailed as champions from their homelands. She looked toward Edward, then her father, and asked if he could use her talents as a hacker to get into the Red Dragon's database, if they have one. I guess you have my permission, but how do you know they have a computer system for her to hack into? They are a crime syndicate. I'm sure they have data concerning where they are and how they operate their objectives. He then realized that Aberdely's name sounded very similar to Affedersiniz Hesap Lufin, which was a Turkish sentence meaning, "Excuse me, check please." To X, his name sounded like Apple Deli instead as it did to Trudy. Look, can you hack into the Red Dragon's database? I believe it's somewhere in Mars. Ed, try! At the central room, she plopped her little yellow gizmo down and went to work. She did her magic and rows of columns of numbers scrolled erratically throughout the little computer monitor. Her sunglasses were lowered to shield her eyes from the glare. Soon enough, the codes were being detected from somewhere on Earth's neighboring planet. Ooh, goody, goody, goody! Very, very high! Big, tall mountain! The onlookers got a glimpse of a landmark on the red planet. It was located on the east side and it was protruding through it like a long, sharp knife. That's Olympus Mons! The signal seems to be coming from a few miles below the summit. He explained that Olympus Mons was the tallest mountain in the universe. It was rumored to be 3 times higher than Earth's Mount Everest in the Himalayas. Nothing managed to breach its top, though it had a gentle slope. But no one was able to reach the highest point of the mountain. If the Red Dragon's base is surely there, then we might not make it. We can! Everyone looked at Trudy, except Edward, who was still playing around the keyboard. I think. She mentioned that one of Marina's Hoenn Pokémon Castform is capable of changing weather patterns. Jet remembered one time when Mars's thin atmosphere was ideal for changing the weather, as there was a control tower used to do just that. He recalled Spike telling him that Laughing Bull said the highest point could only shift Mars's weather and make it rain, which was put into good use as it expanded the antibodies, reversing the lethal effects of a disease spread by Vincent's nanomachines. I'm sure you guys remember the Cowboy Bebop movie, Knocking on Heaven's Door. That could work! Castform could change the extremely freezing climate and let us slip through. If we could manipulate the weather, that could put us in a home field advantage. We could also use it to cause devastating storms to cripple our enemies. It's also rumored that Dragonair could do just that as well. We could surely win this. If we can change the climate, then we can change anything. I wouldn't be so brash. We must be careful. I've seen landslides happen from time to time when the heat goes so intense and melts the foundation. If Castform's abilities are too much, then this could cause some devastating results if not managed properly. Zero's right. Plus, the trainers all have fire types. Fire melts ice, and despite the tumultuous terrain, we should use them reasonably. I think we should infiltrate the mountain on foot. Flying the spacecraft could get us noticed and we could be shot down. Ed, have you found any arrangements regarding the war? She looked up and seemed dazed and confused. Give her a little time to process herself. Edward! She eventually snapped out of her flunk. Hack into the database some more and see where they would be gathered. I believe it should be away from Tharsis and the massive canyon system Vallis Marinaris. Then again, those heartless bastards can harm anyone if they should get in their way. You must never let them cross the borderline and into the valley. I'm sure Olympus Mons would be heavily guarded, just like their headquarters. Trudy's mind drifted to her final moments with Spike, following the path of destruction winding up in the bright corridor as she witnessed him fall. Hey! We gotta stay sharp! He was a little heartbroken by his demise and toxic revival. Even when one of his allies, Bob, screamed at him he should leave Mars immediately since the Red Dragons were far too much for the ISSP. Finito! She received all the intel needed. Then her dad helped her to break it down so it'd be similar for everyone to understand. There's still one problem. We won't have enough transport to take all of us to Mars. We brought only 3 spacecrafts.
our shuttle, the red tail, and the hammerhead. When we bring in the trainers, we won't have enough room to carry in more bodies. Maybe easy targets for the snipers. They're highly trained assassins. Oh, allow me. They suddenly saw a woman that looked masculine with her navy blue trucker uniform, her matching cap, and disheveled short blonde hair. A chubby black and white feline walked up to her side and let out a meow. Though his first stood up and noticed Ein. Oh, great. Why the hell did you have to bring a dog here? Vicky! Trudy was the first to greet her in an enthusiastic manner. It was definitely a sight for sore eyes. She'll never forget the first and only time when she and Spike met her on a bounty hunting mission. It was when she warmed up to them, no longer thinking that all hunters were the scum from outer space. It was the first and only person that guessed her name correctly after they were separated and gazed into her pendant while floating in zero gravity. Victoria Terpsichore, also known as VT, along with her cat Zeros, offered to use the Heavy Metal Queen. I still loathe those bounty hunters. Except you guys. You're alright. But after receiving some troubling news about the Red Dragons War, my trucking business seemed to get put on hold. Then I began thinking my late husband, the most famous bounty hunter, Ural Terpsichore, was assassinated during a mission by one of the radicals in the syndicate. Probably the guy that looks similar to that overrated villain Sephiroth. Vicious. Well, we lost Spike after he was slewed by him in the syndicate. But then he was revived by Vicious's violent blood, which made him and the rest of the fallen bloodthirsty assassins. We believe they're stationed in Olympus Mons thanks to Edward here. The trucker sighed as Zero sulked. Very sorry to hear. Spike was a good man. I wish I'd see him more. So, with this interstellar conflict coming round, I guess maybe I'll use my truck for logistics. She said she'd gladly provide her massive truck as transport for those who never had their own spacecraft, particularly the Pokémon trainers in Eddie's family. Although I should warn you, those devils in the Syndicate can be very sneaky and approach vulnerable planets. It's possible that they could use a dark gate since they're designed for secretive space travel for criminals as they remain undetected. It's most likely that they'll impact Earth this way. So Zero commanded the Maverick Hunters to remain at the base on high alert for any intruders, even though they're not primarily used to combating humans. Don't hesitate to fire. Believe me, you'll be doing us a favor. The Reploids offered to load the Heavy Metal Queen with food, supplies, fuel, and ammunition. Vicky decided to use it for logistics, supplying the group with whatever they needed for victory. An army can only run on their stomach, after all. Little did the gang know that the Reploids offered for something even more. Later on, the trainers showed up, and X and Zero offered everyone the armor they made, even for their Pokémon. Their backpacks were filled to the brim with berries, super potions, remedies, and the like. Most of the combatants were given shoulder, knee, and chest plates, light and flexible mail, bulletproof vests, and even helmets with small mouthpieces for some of the Pokémon to use. While Vicky and the Reploids got busy, Ed and her family, along with the Red Dragon Hunters, decided to stretch out their legs, take in some fresh air, and enjoy the scenery at the tranquil Flossissy Ranch's countryside, requested by Lizzie and Beth. It was the perfect place since Edward, Faye, Jet, and Trudy were known to be interplanetary cowboys and cowgirls. Ein and Edward adored the cute Pokemon as they and Zeros played around with Pikachu, Vulpix, Azumarill, Pachirisu, Arcanine, Rapidash, Emolga, Dedenne, as well as the other little critters. Faye also admired the attention, including discussing tactics with all the other females on the team. Edward and the pets even slid down Aurora's neck several times, though the Tundra Pokemon had to stay in her Pokeball to remain cold for a while. Everyone had some fun on the ranch even when they stopped to have a late afternoon lunch and dinner. Both Mr. Appledillahy and McIntyre, to which he kept forgetting his name,
offered to repair any collateral damage made by the Red Dragon War, whether it be on Earth, Mars, or elsewhere. They also pitched in on any more intel regarding the enemy organization, and Marion Zero decided to use the lighter Pokémon as infantry once they marched onto the battlefield. Jenny decided to use the massive Pokémon from the rear as tanks and brutes, while X decided to let the more balanced fighters stay within the center as they breach enemy lines, so they could cover the other squads better. Although everyone pitched in for the march to Mars's perilous mountain, Jet, McIntyre, and Mr. Appledelhi were chatting of something of their own, hesitating on being active soldiers. When night fell, Zero and X advised the small army forces to get some decent shut-eye, which was mostly difficult as they all had so much on their minds. Would they ever return alive and reunite with their loved ones? Would they fail getting Spike restored? Or would they meet their untimely deaths and wind up as undead assassins like so many others in the Syndicate? Trudy clutched the Wandering Star pendant, praying for their success, looking up at the stars, wondering if Laughing Bull's good fortune would come into fruition. As champions turned enlisted women, maverick hunters turned men-at-arms, and bounty hunters turned braves, the worst was surely yet to come for the Red Dragon Hunters. I wish that Idionoben, one of my favorite YouTubers, would actually pay attention to this. This highlights a lot of his favorite stuff, mostly Pokemon and the Mega Man series. And anime. Not sure if whether or not he's a fan of the Bebop series, but I really wish he would continue to review the Mega Man X series from X5 and so forth, rather than just ranking them. It should be noted that these Red Dragon Wars in Mars are quite appropriate. The upcoming conflict and the one against the White Tigers take part in a planet that was named after the Greek god of war. Also, during the last scene, I think... well, yeah, those are just songs. I know this session was a bit too brief, but I never thought of a lot of details here. Hopefully I'll have another win next time around. Which sucks, because I don't want it to drag on for too long. So until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. See you, space cowboys and cowgirls.
some reason I think of home.
Damn, that is a good song. Hey guys, welcome to another session of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Last time, the Red Dragon Hunters, as they were now called, they settled in Evil City waiting for the Pokemon trainers to arrive, and they actually reunited with Ed, Ein, along with her family. Not to mention, they also met an unlikely ally who was willing to provide them with logistics for the upcoming war. That's right, it's Victoria Terpsichore, aka the bounty hunter, actually the intergalactic trucker that doesn't favor bounty hunters, but ever since she met Spike, she began to warm up to them. So she was more than willing and able to provide them the logistics and the supplies that they need. While also, the guys actually hung out in Sesshins Ranch for the final hours. So now, it's wartime! Alright, Chapter 8, The Eve of Destruction. By the crack of dawn, both X and Zero awakened within their capsules at the heart of the Maverick Hunter base. They walked out amongst the steam emitting from them and processed the big day. An alarm and some distant red lights were going off as the blue bomber declared, "This is it, Zero. Prepare for war." Back at the Sesshins Ranch, the Pokémon, the trainers, and the bounty hunters were assembling their new suits of armor, all except Jet, Edward, Ian, McIntyre, and Mr. Appledelhi. Apparently, they had actually decided on a place to stay during the expedition to Olympus Mons and trek through enemy lines at Valles Marineris. Because the Heavy Metal Queen was a long spacecraft that could house several people, the trainers decided unanimously they should use it as they approached Mars, although they were kind of nervous since they never entered outer space before. They drew out their flying types once more, and they hoped that Zeros and Ein would never share ship with one another. Because the process was experimental and risky if they should enter the atmosphere and exposed to no gravity nor oxygen, they might not be able to use reinforcements. They've wanted to use other Pokémon as well as other allies from Earth if they could, but it can only be a one-way voyage. With some heartfelt farewells, they flew back to Able City. Otherwise, the cast would be too much to work with. The zip crafts and the shuttle followed them, and Trudy, due to her restlessness, slept in the cockpit of the old Hammerhead during the flight. She then abruptly woke up and heaved a little. "What's wrong, Trudy?" I just had another nightmare. It's Spike. He was holding his Jericho wearing that evil sneer. He fired. The nozzle was smoking. I think it took place in a dark graveyard since I saw some big tombstones. He shot me, Jet. Trudy. She wiped some of the sweat away as well as wiped her baggy eyes. I have to get that music box. I dreamt about this before. It was playing a soothing melody, and I think it has to do with Julia. What are you saying? I think I know a way to bring Spike back. Jet, are you there? Yes, Zero. What is it? We're prepared to approach Mars in Valles Marineris. Just awaiting for your arrival. Also, I need to reveal something that might shock all of you. Go ahead. As if we haven't heard enough blasphemy already. Trudy scorned a little at his stern words of doubt and denial. The red robot stated that he too had a nightmare, the same one that Trudy had since day one. He did see Master Yakushimo insert blood into Spike after drawing it from Vicious. He then theorized that what he said was true, that when Spike awakened, Yakushimo mentioned they shared the same blood. He believed that to be vital since humans go through blood transfusions sharing the same type, excepting type O since it was considered to be universal. Zero thought that how Yakushimo returns his fallen to the battlefield all share Spike's and Vicious's blood. The common link was there, just enhanced with drugs and sorcery. Those that didn't share the link probably had their vessels obliterated completely, like a cremation. He concluded as long as they share the same blood type as Spike and Vicious does, and because they're the most valuable members of the Syndicate, they could be reanimated numerous times and remain as bloodthirsty tools permanently. This was definitely a striking theory Zero had made, though it wasn't too surprising. There was a stunned silence that seemed to stretch on until the ships landed at their final destination on Earth. Time was definitely of the essence, and Laughing Bull's prophecy involving the super red giant and the supernova were ringing in the troubled hunters' minds. I hope we're not too late. Wow! Whoa! We go to Mars! Edward could barely contain her excitement after she was strapped into a seat within the shuttle's cockpit. Mine was also secure, along with McIntyre and Mr. Appledeli within separate chairs. The only one that was empty was the captain's seat, which was available to Zero. X remained with Jet and the Hammerhead. Trudy was inside the Red Tail with Faye, while the trainers and Pokémon were comfortable within the Heavy Metal Queen. There was plenty of wiggle room for them to roam, even for the larger creatures. It was T-minus 3 minutes as the Reploids made close observations from inside the base and out. The partly cloudy skies were ideal for the launch. One of them announced the countdown over the loudspeaker. T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Although I wish I could use a certain song, but I don't want to take risks. The landing pad opened, allowing the spacecraft as long as 3 football fields emerge, while the other transports stood by on the separating sections of pavement. The long truck train was lifted by a platform from about 30 feet below. The 3 other ships were being tilted back, even facing the cerulean sky, as the sun shined down on them from an adjacent angle. Here we go! The first to blast off was the Hammerhead as it ignited its thrusters and opened its wings. The Reploids remained a sharp eye on it to make sure it wouldn't be shot down by any radicals if they dared to intrude here, or if any oncoming meteor shower would cause any damage. We have a go for the Hammerhead. It's go time! About a minute later, the Red Tail was next, repeating the process. Hold on to your asses! Meow! Lastly, it was the elongated Heavy Metal Queen. However, the engine roared like a normal truck would, then started to ascend and cruise away much like a tank engine. With just several miles apart, they each made it toward the Earth's hyperspace gate. To the trainers and Pokémon, they grew both fascinated and scared at the sight and leaving the planet. Edward seemed to grow more ecstatic, while the rest just sat idly, guiding their own vessels. Then, everyone observed a flash of white light. There was a trippy golden and black scenery as the crafts gained speed, until they reached the end of the warp tunnel while they approached the light. Gravity remained intense until the ships immersed into the weightless, bleak, and starry frontier. Each one of the passengers calmed themselves, including the startled Pokémon. The star cruisers looked as if they were a group of comets drifting aimlessly toward a certain destination. They traveled through massive metal rings before they entered into the endless void. The red dragon hunters were on their way to the roaring red planet, only several light years ahead. Breaking the odd silence, Jack suggested, "All right, space cowboys, cowgirls. We must stay sharp at all times for any radicals. I know it seems unorthodox, but we should use the dark warp gate in order to avoid detection. I feel it's far too risky to use a normal warp gate, or enter Mars's atmosphere manually. Remember, the Syndicate is axe crazy, not stupid." I think I should go in later than you guys. I should provide logistics and meet up with the other truckers, just for safety reasons, and let them know I'm here. Good. Just don't forget about us when we head toward Olympus Mons, you hear? Loud and clear, Black Dog. We should keep an eye out for the swordfish, too. Spike did force you guys into exile and threatened to shoot you down if he saw us. That made everyone shiver, even Trudy. It was indeed the same one that she kept feeling whenever she sensed Vicious was near, or the erratic Spike. We can't worry about that, X. Let's prepare ourselves and get moving. There was a jingle coming from the Hammerhead's dashboard. Jet was still open to all channels, picked up the signal and put it on speaker. It was Donnelly. Jet, what took you so long? I couldn't contact you on the Bebop. Please tell me what happened. The Bebop was destroyed by Spike's swordfish during a dogfight. But luckily we were saved by 2 fellow Maverick hunters named X and Zero. His close comrade cried out to Jet that Zero's theory has been justified. He said that if anyone falls during the fight, The red dragons are willing to drag away anyone against their will and turn them into deadly alliances. Anyone from the syndicate or the opposing forces would be taken not as prisoners, but have their minds warped into bloodborne killers. If Yakushimo and his men aren't put away early enough, they could rule all of Mars and soon the entire galaxy. With this method of victory, they'll be unstoppable. We're screwed! I thought there was only an uprising when it comes to mavericks. It looks as though it is the same to humans. Soon enough, the red planet was standing out like a blood ruby in space. Mons, we go to mountain, kill the dragons! Spiky down there! She pointed yonder, and Ein's ears perked up at the sight of the planet and Eddie's words. Yes, we should find a secure place here. I know there is no safe haven with the war going on, but we should find somewhere to set up shop. Maybe I suggest Annie's store? I reckon that's not a bad idea. Let's go. You'll meet us at Vallis Marineris, I trust? Of course. I'll be there ASAP. I just need to drop off some first aid, food, artillery, and the like to my fellow truckers. I'll meet you all there. Be careful. They didn't see, but the leading trucker gave a thumbs up before soaring off. Meanwhile, a nearby Zipcraft was watching over them enter Mars's dark warp gate. It was supposed to be a discreet entrance, but a certain someone saw them approach into enemy territory. Spike gave the signal to Master Yakushimo. They have returned, and this time they are not alone. A trucker is with them. His associates were... errors. Hold on a sec. His associates were some surprised, though ravenous looks. The war has begun with the ISSP, and they're provided with support. Still, these fleas must be eliminated. Spike, find them, and destroy them. Is it time? Yes. We let these earthlings and old dogs wait enough. At last! I didn't mean to repeat that thing. He steered his swordfish toward the normal warp gate as he entered Mars. Prepare for battle. He riled up his troops who were eager as they were to strike their opponents down. By the time they entered Tharsis, the sky was already a mixture of dark gray and cinnabar. Faye looked down from a red tail and recognized a familiar Ferrari parked in the lot of a convenience store of sorts. Julia! She temporarily had a flashback on how she saved her from the pursuing dragons, then lost her forever. That certainly got Trudy's attention. What is it, Faye? That car was Julia's. I think she was unable to retrieve it after she died. I saw it once when I saved her as she was being chased by the red dragons. I'm surprised it hasn't been impounded or destroyed. I believe we should stop here. The red dragons would never suspect us here since this place has seen better days. Or perhaps Spike. Zero looked at her with worry. Ships landed, and as they all marched in with Eddie being as silent as she could, Jet was right since the entire place looked abandoned. Bullet holes were abundant, broken furniture were tossed asunder. There were few shattered windows. Luckily for the hunters, there were various goods, but their main assets were the scarce assortments of weaponry, ammo, and some food located throughout. I was also astonished the large fridge was still operating despite all the damage, but supplies were limited since some of the assassins made it there first and took most of them away. Here it is. Here it is. This place looks like it hadn't been used in years. To Trudy, this reminded her of an abandoned strip mall that used to have a massive vacant lot with a bowling alley and a bar next door, along with a karate dojo and also a Chinese restaurant. Unfortunately, the childhood memories were destroyed due to its condition. The fact that each place went out of business and later was bulldozed. Edward wasted no time setting up her gizmos. The rest of the group gathered their refreshments and repertoire of ammunition and firearms. The lights never worked, but it was advantageous since they needed to remain discreet. I need to go to that antique store so I can get that music box. I hope he has it. I'll take you there. Be careful, you two. He headed out to the Red Tail and lifted off to the pit stop she mentioned. It was a short flight within the city, and recognizing the settlement, the antique store had also been demolished. What the hell? According to the distraught owner, it turned out the Red Dragons had bombed the place. Trudy asked if he had an old music box, and there was one on a shelf he was saving for a customer named Julia. Their eyes opened wide at the aforementioned name. She was one of the regulars, but she stopped here rarely since she was always on the run. It was the only surviving product he had. He offered it to Trudy with no charge. He'd never forget how sweet she was when they first met, as Trudy, as an Earthling, still appreciated obsolete technology that included the VHS, or rather beta tapes, while Spike and Jet were messing around. It was thanks to her and the clerk alone that restored Faye's hidden memories. After the two promised to restore his business after the war, they left. They tried to persuade him to evacuate to Earth, but he only acted on the offer. Instead, he grabbed a nearby shotgun and committed suicide. He had nowhere else to go. He couldn't leave Mars under their scrutiny since he'd be shot dead. As they continued assembling, Ayn eventually left beside Edward on an old sofa they were occupying. The little dog then sniffed the air. Ayn? He loaded the Glock. He was about to point it through a window, but he hesitated as he heard foot landings scuffling inside. From his peripheral vision, he spotted someone in a red metallic mask. Noticed he was spotted, the figure hid away and ran. Ayn! Ayn! Edward tried to calm the pooch, but to no avail. Ayn, what is it, boy? He started to fix on something and began to lunge as he let out a more menacing yelp. Edward held him back in her long, strong arms. Ayn, what's with you? Cut it out, boy! He's blowing our cover. I think someone's out there. An intruder. X! 0! Maverick hunters ran to opposing corners. 0 looked out the adjacent window. We got movement. 3 o'clock. He's on the rooftops. Jet drew out his Welther P99, was on the prowl following the shadowed man who was leaping from rooftop to rooftop. He also kept rolling on them after he landed. On foot, Jet still kept at it. He was surprised he could keep up with only a few miles away from the suspect. He didn't even notice a chirpy voice calling him from some alleys away. Back at the store, the room felt deathly silent again, despite Ayn's whimpering and Edward reassuring the troubled mutt. 0 and X regrouped. They were so desperate to help Jet chase down the intruder. The former thought it was who he thought it was. If Spike ever finds us here, I would be more than happy to kick his ass. It was such a huge relief that the old cementer could have his own in a fight, and he exclaimed that he stood up against Spike with minimal effort and bested him, which was no exaggeration. Eventually, Jet got the wind knocked out of him for running too long. He lost the mysterious figure, but he wasn't about to give up on searching for the perp. One thing that was well known about him was he'd never give up once he had a criminal in his sights. Hence the attained nicknames Black Dog and Hammerhead. His first guess was the graveyard he wound up. It was a puddle that seemed to never evaporate as a wilted dark rose settled in its eternal resting place. Despite the drizzle, he went into the deep field, his senses getting sharper since he figured it'd be a good place for a radical to hide, kill, and bury his victims. He was immediately caught off guard when he heard a click cornering him by signature golden pistol drawn. So much for those primitive strikes. You! What the hell are you doing in a place like this? Making your own grave, Jet. What else would I be doing here? He figured that Spike, of all people, would be here. He once heard him mention Julia in a place like this as a hiding spot. Despite his immense fear, he just let out a chuckle when he challenged. Is that it? Thinking the syndicate would cause a setup and beat me, did they? You just couldn't get enough of their fetish for violence, can you, Spike?
Can the bullshit, Jet. I am here to make you have a taste with God. Then his voice lowered as he sneered straight at him, pointing out the Jericho. Master Yakushima would be pleased. Now kiss the earth. Jet could have sworn Spike really looked like a dog with rabies with his bloodshot, narrow eyes, his mouth nearly drooling with foam as he grinded his fangs, just embracing his kill. Stupid fuck. Gone and gotten yourself brainwashed. Well, you asked for it, you good-for-nothing punk! Jet! Someone immediately got in the center of the brawl. Her arms were spread out and she was nearly out of breath, feeling as though her hard-beating heart leapt to her throat. Trudy! Wait! Please! Just wait! Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I've known Spike's cheap tricks of the trade. I can handle him effortlessly on my own. You hang back and keep safe and win this war. No, I can't. There's something I must do here. He can remember. I know he will. Please, just give me a little time. Sure. You heard Spike's claw click again. Then I will kill you both! Spike! Listen to this! He immediately took out a tiny music box from his striped pants pocket. You have to remember this! Played the same jingle as it did in her previous dreams, handle widening round and round. Spike had the urge to mangle them, leave them for dead. But that song was slowly holding him back. He was gradually losing his fighting instinct as some memories began to resurface, mostly those of Julia, hearing that song from a jazz group of sorts. Trudy eventually set it down on the dry turf in between Spike and Jet. They continued to listen. Spike's face became more vacant. Sweat was pouring out. His rampant breathing began to cease little by little as the melody kept on playing. Then he started to lower his arm very slowly and actually walked toward the box. With weak, flimsy fingers, he then picked it up and held it in his palm, like a child that was reunited with a lost, cherished toy. Julia. Bang! Gunshot ran out and hit Trudy dead center. No! Jet scrambled toward her as she fell back. The box nearly stopped and Spike looked up in stunned silence. Jet kept begging her as he shook her body. Hey! Hey! Stay with us! He observed her for a shot wound, but surprisingly there was none. Not even a scratch. The only sign of damage he saw was a bullet hole through Trudy's black satin t-shirt. There was no bleeding on her upper chest. Then it dawned on him. The bullet must have ricocheted from her star pendant Laughing Bolt gave her earlier, which he actually saw the glimmer. Trudy, you're not dead. There was no response from her. Later realized she had just fainted. Spike! Male shout out from behind. He emerged from hiding behind a nearby tombstone. You've got to finish them. Come on, what are you waiting for? Get them! Jet was still too stunned to confront the sniper, and Spike hesitated. He momentarily drew out his Jericho. With some shaky hands, he aimed the trigger toward the distraught duo. The hatred in him boiled like Vicious's blood coursing through his veins, making his heart gallop. He then pressed the trigger. Yet there was no fire. It was just a tick as if the cartridge was empty. Maybe the safety was on and he didn't know it. Tried a few more times with the same result. Then I'll have to do it myself! Sniper aimed his own rifle, but Spike retaliated with a shot of his own. However, not without a recoil. He was stuck in the leg. Spike attempted to keep himself up. His grip and weight proved to be too much. Spike! Immediately turned him over. The only mark in his leg was a tiny hole from a black dart, no less. It was actually from a different rifle the sniper possessed. Quickly he looked over him. Spike, what's happened? Jet. His eyes became clearer. His memory was coming back to him, extinguishing more of his hostility in his vitals. He grew more pale and his body was tremoring, especially his hands. Look, after Trudy and Faye, the fate of Mars in the universe depends on you. Red Dragons have declared war. It's only a dart that inflicts a fate like death. You must fight them now. His body became limp as he sputtered and his eyes lowered. Good luck, old-timer. I'm sorry. I can't. His eyes finally closed completely. Don't worry, Spike. When you wake up, all of this will be over. You won't have to live through this nightmare any longer. I promise you that. Trudy! Are we dead? No, we're alive. Hugged each other tightly, grateful they're still kicking. But I was shot. It wasn't Spike. No, it wasn't. It was just another sniper from the Syndicate. You weren't killed since the bullet ricocheted from your pendant. She looked down and noticed the tiny hole. She looked up, she saw lifeless Spike lying there. Spike! 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 He was still unconscious. He was struck by a dart specifically made by the Syndicate. He's sure he won't be a threat as long as he's knocked out. Back at the store, Faye returned safely with her red tail and wouldn't stop wondering what happened to Jet or Trudy. Just then the front door was kicked open. They both carried Spike's limp body in over the shoulders. The elders helped him lay him down on the couch. X and Zero went by his side and used their visors for diagnostic scanning. According to the input, they described that his vitals are slow and faint. His skin is pale and clammy like someone who'd been sleeping for days or weeks. They couldn't see his brown irises, though they were surprised that one was organic while the other was mechanical. Jet said it was due to an accident while serving the Syndicate before he decided on bounty hunting. Faye added in that one sees the past, while the other sees the present. Still, they never saw any compound like this in Spike's molecular makeup. Trudy, X-Zero, and Faye became anxious on fighting off the Red Dragons, though Jet thought it'd be wise to wait for Vicky arriving with the trainers. They saw the door open suddenly. They drew out their weapons thinking it'd be a radical. It was such a relief they saw Mary and her cousins. Are you all right? Yes. That Vicky would be providing logistics on the battlefield along with the other truckers. We had decided to approach the situation on foot so we'd stay discreet. Or rather, fly there. We'll use our Pokémon to give us some leeway. You know, deceiving the enemy so we could sneak through. It's hard to explain, but we could use them to alter the weather and create illusions so the enemy won't sneak up on us. All we gotta do is fly over the canyon, land near Olympus Mons, and infiltrate the base. Sounds like you guys got it all figured out. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to stay behind. What? Why? Due to liability reasons, Jet decided to stay at the store for cover along with Edward, Ein, McIntyre, and Mr. Appledilly. Though he volunteered to stay as backup during the conflict, contact them whenever they needed for strategy or support. The elders and the hacker agreed unanimously without a single trace of objection. That means you too, Ein. That means you too, Ein. We'll each keep an eye on Spike and watch out for any radicals. I'm not cut out for this. I understand. I believe it's from your advanced stage. Actually, that was a mistake. Besides, your condition, I doubted you'd be willing to immerse yourself in a war zone. Don't worry, we'll look out for our comrades for you. That's what us Maverick Hunters do, after all. Never forget the time Zero gave him a lecture on what their function was: to serve and protect humans and defend those that are incapable of doing so. Now go kick some red dragon tail. We got your back. Thanks. Sure you don't want to go with us? I hope if you guys look hard enough, Vicky would have your back. They all marched out one by one. Then Faye looked at Spike. Jet, please take care of him. We will, Faye. Hurry back. Good luck. They'll need it. Godspeed to all of you. But they're so young. They kids like me. They were kids, Edward. Not anymore. They may look young, but they have great potential. Besides, I trust X and Zero to look after them. It's up to them now. But why can't we fight? I don't think you are capable of combat, Eddie. And neither are we. Age can change us all. It's youth, unity, and strength that can get them through. Indeed it does. May the stars guide them. He looked at the unconscious Spike, hoping things wouldn't take a turn for the worse. Yeah, I know, the title's a rip-off from that song. I've been waiting for several years to write this, especially about what happens to Spike, as well as the space launch, which, by the way, would include the awesome David Bowie classic. I wish. Oh, about the strip mall Trudy related to, I can as well. The bowling alley was the cream of the crop from my childhood. Nowadays, it's all gone. So the war's beginning, and there were several references I used. One was Dissidia Duodecim, a little of Avatar, Good Morning Vietnam, Bardock, Reboot, Romeo and Juliet, and Armageddon. And I almost forgot, is it just me, or does Vicious remind you of Seth Roth? He also reminds me of Duragon. Heck, the similarities are striking. They have similar hair, voices, they rebel against their organizations, they're evil, they tend to send shivers down my spine, they're very intimidating and want nothing more than destruction, revenge, and dominance, and they wield a mass immune. Well, except Duragon. In addition, the Raven reminds me of Sephiroth's look as the one-winged angel, and they both connect as a fallen angel in a way as well. And the protagonist has an intense rivalry with each other, except in Love Triangle. I always hear One-Winged Angel play in my ears whenever he makes an appearance. Perhaps they're an inspiration? Yeesh! Being this is a warfic, it's going to take quite a while to put all the scenes and details together. So, sit tight for the battle. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing off. So stay tuned, Space Cowboys and Space Cowgirls.
God damn, I love that song.
Welcome back to another session of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Last time, the Red Dragon Hunters approached Mars, as well as Victoria, who volunteers to be the logistics. So they set up shop at Annie's demolished store, and Jet has actually chased down a perp who happens to be Spike. Meanwhile, Faye and Trudy actually use the Red Tail to visit a certain antique store with the music box that she has been looking for in her dreams. And with it, Trudy quenched the battle between Spike and Jet. And through it, with the song Goodnight Julia, it restored Spike's memories, reducing him to his normal self. Unfortunately, Trudy was shot by a sniper. Fortunately, she was still alive because the bullet ricocheted, thanks to her pendant that Laughing Bull gave her. But Spike, on the other hand, he was shot, but by a dart of sorts that symbolizes death. And because of that, Jet has actually volunteered to stay at Annie's demolished place while looking over Spike, while the rest of the soldiers march on to enemy lines. So, let's get this started, shall we? The war has begun. Chapter 9. On the day of the Red Dragon's War, Mary and her cousin's Pokémon approached over the outskirts of Tharsis and Valles Marineris. Mary was riding on her Pidgeot, Sunny. Her Butterfree Moonlight flew next to her along with her Dragonair Diadem. April was riding on her Noctowl. Marina had her cast form. Beautifly and Altaria soar within the Special Forces as she was riding on her cousin's Rapidash. Crystal rode on her Staraptor. Lizzie rode on her Unpheasant as Volcarona soared beside them. Perhaps Sister Beth rode on her Braviary and Emolga flew next to them. Jenny rode on her Talonflame. Boarding the Red Tail were Faye and Trudy, while X and Zero rode on the shoulders of a Golurk that was actually a transformation by N's illusion Pokemon Zoroark. The two sacred orbs the Unova dwellers were holding started to illuminate in each of their laps. It was a summon for their two legendary dragons, the deep black Pokemon Zekrom and the vast white Pokemon Reshiram. They explained they obtained them from N at the Dragon Spiral Tower. Lizzie got the Light Stone and was able to use Reshiram while N was using the opposing Zekrom. Then, a few years later, Beth came around and took the Dark Stone, was able to train her deep black Pokemon until N was willing to give the vast white Pokemon back to Lizzie as their bitter sibling rivalry was resolved. They flew northwest from the Tharsis Bulge and over Valles Marineris. Castform, Altaria, Dragonair, and Zoroark worked together to create an illusion as just a massive dust cloud drifting in the air, while all the ground forces saw, thanks to Rapidash's phenomenal speed, was nothing but a strong breeze blowing through them. They looked over the ISSP truckers as well as their other troops from the infantry unit. Then the Air Force eventually landed near the site of Olympus Mons. According to the schematics, aside from the general slope, the tremendous mountain trail reached to 72,000 feet tall. The Shield Volcano summit was completely covered by the thick dust clouds above. It also had two craters, the Karzak crater and the Pang Boch crater. Not sure if I said that right. As they trekked behind enemy lines with the clashing Red Dragon army and the infantry behind them, Zero X climbed off Golark and scanned the barren open landscape. In their digitalized vision, they saw some tiny neon mounds along the surface. Uh-oh, these could be explosives and crossing over them could result in instant death. To test them, Daffodil leapt off of Mary's shoulders and let out a tiny volley of electricity from her red cheeks. When the bolts flicked over the affected areas, some detonators were triggered almost as instant but more deadlier than regular firecrackers. They wondered how they should clear the way. I got it! Girls, bring out your electric rodents. If we make our own current, it could detonate more of those landmines. I'm sure the Red Dragon agents wouldn't notice, but it's the only way. The Dene, Pachirisu, and Emolga popped out of their Pokeballs, while Zoroark changed into a Minun. Everyone gathered in front of him. All right, mice! Let your lightning rip! They each repeated the process while also dodging the explosive with amazing agility. Ampharos and Galvantula could have been used as well, but both April and Beth never wanted to take that risk since they weren't as nimble nor light as the others. We should help too. He activated his soul body and disabled more minds, while the neon hologram moved ahead of him. Zero continued to scan for more mind fields until they were clear for treading. They cheered for their success, but their outcries were short-lived. As they moved on for several miles, though, they had noticed some of the ISSP members had fallen and were being dragged away by Syndicate members. They could tell who the opposing sides were because Faye and Trudy described them to be wearing thick shades, suede shiny boots, and deep dark tuxedos. Being good Samaritans, they decided to help out, and they noticed the opposing forces were falling since the Syndicate members involved seemed to move quicker and outmaneuver their enemy attacks. Marina's handheld Blazikins told them off, as did Zero with the Z-Saber and Z-Buster. Zoroark transformed into a Machamp to assist. Even Lucario participated. They dealt with them in close-range combat, and X through scan noticed something unusual in their neurological systems. Their nerves were being enhanced by a product that was sprayed into their eyes. He described it as Red Eye or Bloody Eye, which was designed as a narcotic enhancing the user's mobility and senses to make them better combatants, although the effects wore off after a brief period. While Blaziken was swift and strong, the agents still kept gaining on him. Same thing with Zero and his other comrades. It was quite unfortunate since Zero didn't have a lot of endurance, as Dr. Wily designed him to take on enemies offensively than defensively. The trainers wanted to use alien abilities like Stun Spore or Poison Powder, but the cluster was proven to be lethal as it will affect all soldiers within the area. Jenny ordered the trainers to use their teammates that could Mega-Evolve, making it a more level battlefield in terms of speed, stamina, and power. Since she was a native of Kalos, which first discovered this technique, they obliged and commanded Lucario and Blaziken to do so. They also bred out Blastoise, Seedy, Sunny, Altaria, Absol, Ampharos, and the Red Gyarados. Mega Evolve! With combined activation of the Pokemon's Mega Stones and the trainer's Keystones, they emerged from blinding lights, revealing their altered appearances. Faye, Trudy, X, and Zero were astonished on how it was done. Then they unleashed their fury. Jenny summarized that Mega Evolution is powerful, but could also be very risky to both the Pokemon and people or creatures around them. Sometimes they would actually lose their sanity if the power is too much to handle, and they'd be incredibly difficult to control. There weren't any reported casualties, but a lot of users as well as those affected were taken into intense care numerous times. One by one, the Red Dragons had fallen when the Mega-Evolved Pokemon took the forefront. If the Red Dragons could use their own tactics to enhance their prowess, so can we! The unsurmountable odds were proven to be even. Each Pokemon maintained their Mega-Evolved forms while the trainers returned them. Jenny mentioned that a Pokemon could use it once per battle, and can switch back to normal either when it faints or the battle ends. Since the war is still going, they'll remain in this state until their enemies are defeated. Trudy wanted every member destroyed, so none would pass on and use the sinister resurrection ritual like they did with Spike. They continued on with the free and functioning troops, though some were either injured or dead. Faye contacted Vicky on her communicator. Victoria, we need you to provide some logistics here. We've got wounded soldiers while we cleared away some Red Dragons, but there's some who are hurt or dead. Roger that, Faye. I'm on my way. Hurry, Vicky. She gathered around the hump with the others, and they each provided some support as best they could. We need to go forth to the fort in Olympus Mons. We all do, but a good soldier never leaves a man behind. Besides, this could be a good spot to rest for a while. They did just that, and minutes and hours felt like they dragged on for an eternity. From some dunes, assault rifles rang out. X-Zero Trudy has a poor shot. Faye and a few available Pokémon use their long-range weapons and moves. Zero and X shot their busters, and the former Maverick also used his Thunder Saber to stun and kill enemies while he dove in for the slaughter with his saber. The wave was disabled. They noticed the dragon shot down their militians. Their cover was blown, and they became vulnerable to enemy fire. Sophisticated armor did some good, but it never prevented injury. While another wave emerged from the nearby craters, they were outnumbered and outgunned. The Maverick Hunters relied on defensive mechanisms as Zero activated and charged the shield boomerang to defend himself and his allies, while X simultaneously activated the charged rolling shield. While some of the Pokémon copied their methods with their light screens, barriers, and reflects, the flying types took the offensive as they rapidly flapped their wings. Gusts, whirlwinds, and tornadoes appeared. X and Zero got the same idea. While one remained constant with its defense, X used the storm tornado, blowing the armed snipers away. Zero could only use the Hurricane Fang while X switched out from offense to defense. It was as if the onslaught developed into a single massive dust devil, which was surprisingly common on Mars's open fields. Unfortunately, some more dragons emerged, managed to wound more of the opposing armies from the ISSP. Just then they heard some screeching and loud bass coming from above. Victoria's truck has finally arrived as it deployed some reinforcements. The Reploids! They opened fire while Magic Carpet Red was blasting from its speakers. Every creature that knew any ailment ability moved out. That included Seedy, Moonlight, Beautifly, Volcarona, including its flamethrower, Galvantula, Florges, the electric types with their thunder waves, as well as X's lightning web and Triad Thunder. While the enemies were stunned, Zero switched again and used the homing torpedo. Eventually, the war zone was cleared out of Red Dragon assassins. Unfortunately, there were more fallen soldiers. Reploids arrived a little too late as more army men have fallen, and more of the special forces were wounded, mainly the Pokémon. Victoria gave a grim expression and stated she couldn't stay for very long. Only the Reploids could help them from here on out. Her job was only to provide reinforcements, supplies, and the like. At least the Maverick Hunters could rest assured that their troops wouldn't let them down on the cause, especially since they're proficient with medical care, as well as fending off any incoming dragons from the distant horizon with their durable bodies that could possibly deflect bullets and endure some explosives here and there. Keep a sharp out for any oncoming red dragons. We should chance some rest. Yes, Commander. Commander? He pointed to himself. I'm the commander of the Maverick Hunters, Faye. My partner X here is also a commander as well as a bee hunter, but to a smaller group known as the 17th Unit. We switch leadership from time to time. Hearing that the Reploids and Maverick Hunters had some military experience was like a weight off of their shoulders. It was no wonder Jet relied on them to look out for their fellow soldiers. Sure enough, night fell, and the sky turned from cinnabar to shades of crimson while the sun set. Special forces began their recovery and eventually drifted off to sleep. Trudy, on the other hand, was abruptly awakened by a tenor voice, calling her. She looked up, saw a vision of a male that looked to be in his 20s, had short black hair, emerald eyes, big pointed eyebrows, wearing a brown coat while in the air. Was she having double vision? Who are you? We are the twins Lin and Shin, used to serve under the Red Dragon Syndicate. Don't worry, we're not here to harm you. We're here to guide you. As far as we can tell, you're doing a wonderful job fending them off. Do not fret, for you see, we share a disinterest or pointless violence since my brother Shin worked with Vicious. I, on the other hand, discreetly deserted from them. Wait a minute! You two said you work for our enemies and for Vicious. I heard you guys pledged your undying loyalty and respect, just as Spike did to Yakushimo. Why should I trust any of you? Because I also worked for Spike. For the record, my brother Lin was in Callisto protecting Vicious in a deal involving some Red-Eye, codenamed Julia. I've heard that name before. I've heard that name before. I was there following him, trying to look for Faye. I never killed him. I shot him with a tranquilizer. I never wanted to harm him since he followed our rightful master Yenwai's footsteps. He never became corrupt like Vicious did. But I perished there, as did Gren. Vicious escaped until Spike got to him. I was his guide, Trudy, but I died trying while he pursued Vicious in our headquarters. The Van were assassinated. My dying wish was for Spike to rule over the Syndicate. So, you may not trust us, but we did have connections with your mentor. We want you to win this fight. Only you can help us restore our lost spirits. It's pretty difficult for Trudy. Anyway, we hear you're on your way to Olympus Mons. We'll help you along the way as you ascend and fight off any more dragons. Laughing Bull was right about you, and Spike's fate. The galaxy depends on you and the Special Forces. Our lives, as well as Spike's, is in you and your friends' hands. Those encouraging words, both twin spirits faded. Lin, Shin, I will try. But what would you have us do? She reminisced on the alias Laughing Bull gave to her as she gazed upon an unusual constellation. There's a silvery star that brightened more than several others, gradually moved, never staying in one spot for too long. The other stars were close together, as if they were gathering just like her allies were. She picked up her pendant, then her heart warmed in conjunction with the chilly air. Finally, the scene seemed to remind me a lot of the movie Avatar, whether it be the preemptive strike or the actual final battle. Mostly the air battles involving the Ekrons and Turok against the military. It's almost the same concept as the heroes prevent the Red Dragon's advance toward Tharsis, like the movement toward the Tree of Souls. As for the idea with the encouraging visions from Shin and Lin, I had this concept from several years ago. It actually came back to me while I started working on this chapter. I have some other people in mind, as well as a certain ambush. They're gonna have to wait. I was also very confused on their motives, as well as trying to tell the difference between them. It's still frustrating as hell. I'm not too good with fighting or war scenes, so I hope this would be simple enough. But it's not over yet. The space cowboys and cowgirls still have some fighting left to do. See you then. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. Hey guys, welcome back to another session of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Last time, the war has actually begun on Mars, particularly Valles Marineris, as they make their way up towards Olympus Mons. Although there were a few spiritual guides that guided them, such as Shin and Lin. Meanwhile, Special Forces made their full-on assault on the Red Dragon Syndicate, including some cool techniques, such as their Mega Evolutions against their Red-Eye, as well as their status ailments and other tactics, even an electric current which disables minefields. Wonder if that could actually happen. So, they still make their trek towards Olympus Mons toward the enemy base. Alright, Chapter 10, The Infiltration of the Imperial Base. At long last, after a couple days of strenuous travel and fighting off more assassins from the Red Dragon Syndicate, the Special Forces have finally made it to the extremely wide foundation of the tallest peak in the galaxy, Olympus Mons. It was so damn high that people in Pokemon got vertigo as they strained their necks up. Some even had a sickening nervous feeling to their stomachs, especially Trudy. Recently, the dragons were becoming slightly tougher while they fought off some machine guns, automatic rifles, and even several all-terrain trucks. But thanks with the help from the Reploids, as well as the Pokemon's and trainers' quick thinking and nimbleness, and even when Zoroark changed into some indestructible ones like Golark or Metagross, they were successful. When they reached the next foot of their journey, they strategized amongst each other. They decided in order to make the climb and the offensive easier, the trainers resorted to fire and ice types, as well as those that are resistant and accustomed to the frigid climate and thin air. Jenny decided that Aurorus was indeed one of them, as were the two Saucebucks, each with their bare glistening antlers that looked like wintry branches of trees. Both Lizzie and Beth would use them for transport and combat, much like the ancient Tundra Pokemon. Blaziken took the front, as did Mary's Vulpix named Amber, Cyndaquil, Arcanine, Volcarona, Talonflame, Ampharos using its Fire Punch, Espeon, who was generating power from the sun through her red gem on her forehead, Zoroark, Lucario, and Castform, as it used its abilities to change the climate into a more tolerant one. Everyone agreed the troops that can't take the cold would be left to stand guard. X also volunteered with his Fire Wave function, while Zero kept a sharp lookout. Still, the breeze at times created a sudden shiver through the organic veterans' bodies. It got a little chilly today. It's those cold winds. Deep raspy alto voice echoed within the frosty air. Trudy looked up, and it was yet another person she hadn't met before. Another one of those former associates to the Red Dragons. She appeared to be an elderly woman with a wrinkled, pale face, squinty eyes, long flowing brown hair, and wearing an amethyst shirt. Who are you? Dead Space gave out steam while she exhaled. It was definitely getting more colder by the minute, and this was only the start of the trail. Mind was too occupied with the stranger instead of noticing the pyromancers melting the enormous barrier of ice. She spoke again, her voice being a bit more subtle from smoking too many cigarettes. My name is Annie. I see you have been occupying my shop for shelter. I wish it and I hadn't been destroyed by those accursed red dragons. I've heard you help Spike on some occasions, but did you work for the Syndicate? Do I really look like a murderer to you, Sweet Pea? I'm an old bag, so I only sold some ammunition and arms for those asinine agents. My late husband was associated with them. I guess it was just a way to boost my business. Since then, my crib got some notoriety and became part of the black market. It was through my troubled spouse and how I made connections, till I was slaughtered after the fact that young'un finally found Julia. Julia? She's a lost soul, young lady, and I believe you've already found your answer. There may be hope for her and Spike after all. She was about to guess her full name, until, by the way, you're beginning to get a chill yourself. Trudy! Hey! It was Faye, trying to keep the blood flowing through her capillaries. What? Faye! Hey, we're clear. A large chunk was reduced to a puddle that was nearly 2 feet deep and running like a fresh sparkling stream. We gotta keep ourselves moving during the ascent if we're to keep ourselves warm. It is best if we infiltrate before dark. It's a good thing my Reploid soldiers were prepared. Now let's scale this peak and take down that base. Right. Meanwhile, they continued to wait at the devastating convenience shop. It was the same overcast sky as before, but the clouds themselves were dull gray instead of cinnabar. Through the child's prodigy's hand gizmo, they noticed the war was still raging outside. They also noticed the red dragon hunters were advancing toward the enemy's stronghold, with several casualties, of course. Woohoo! We made it! We made it! We climbed the mountain! She began to show off, especially when she did her signature walking handstands. Jet was actually thrilled. That's our children out there. Atta girls, Trudy and Faye. I knew X and Zero could advance through enemy lines. They'd best be careful. There could be more waves of those red dragons. He wasn't so optimistic. Ayn awakened from the chatter and suddenly picked up a scent. He jumped down from the raggedy couch and walked toward the broken window. The air was crisp and it carried some rancid scent that only the dog could pick up, making his fangs grind. Oh, you're sharing the same feelings as I do? That's a first. Ayn looked behind him and was about to charge. Someone broke into the locked front door, shattering the hinges. They noticed the shadow was the elderly Oriental Kim Yakushimo. Everyone grew frantic at the ferocity of his intrusion. Jet immediately stood up with his fists so tight he could almost see bones protruding from his fingers. You! Yes, it is I. I followed your outbursts of sudden ecstasy and heard of your trek toward my summit fort. My colleagues had been informed. They would, in time, swiftly exterminate your puny small army. And there is my loyal pet, Spike. I highly advise you to bring him to me. No promises of sparing your lives, of course. Spike? You don't scare me that easily, Yakushimo. I've worked with the ISSP for several years and dealt with many heartless criminals. I will not be intimidated by the likes of you. The interstellar solar system police is falling as we speak. They might as well, since many of your kind are corrupt and have allegiances with the syndicate. The stubborn retired officer was never backing down. You're going to have to go through me in order to get to him. Despite all the lashing out, Spike was still unconscious, wrapped in a thick wool blanket and another sofa. If this is the only way to retrieve my sworn subject and conquer all of Mars, so be it. He tossed off his massive overcoat, which was as opaque as his diabolical soul. He appeared to be so much leaner, with the elaborate uniform of a maniacal, colorful dragon breathing menacing flames. Wasted not a single second when he charged toward his roadblock to worldly fulfillment. Run! Take Edward! Jet shouted as Kim lunged at him in full force with an incoming armed fist. Both men scrambled as they took Edward and Ayn respectively away. She and the dog let out a yelp at the sudden hard grips as the two men ran upstairs, then barred the supply room door. All Kim wanted was Spike's unconscious vessel, and to take it back to his stronghold near the Olympus Mons summit, then resurrect him again, this time kill off the special forces. He knew his men were falling on account of them, and according to Spike, Trudy and Faye were people he knew. So he decided to take advantage of it, though he had to get through Jet and the others first. He thought the black dog wouldn't be a match on account of his condition, counting his amputated left arm. The unfazed officer went all out toward him, never wanting to miss a blow. Clash was pretty much hand to hand. Each side exchanged some painful hits, mostly to Jet since Kim may be older, but more skilled in physical combat, countering and dodging all the while. There were punches, kinks, lunges, and tackles galore as they both wanted to rip each other's throats. What Kim didn't know was Jet's synthetic arm that didn't seem to hurt him as he used it for making or taking a brutal beating. The men stormed out of a nearby back door, leapt over the balcony, and climbed onto the roof. We should be safe here, for now, but not Spike nor Jet. I usually don't give a rat's ass for the traitor, but I now know how much he means to that son of a bitch. Kim's gonna use him to turn the tides of the war. Exactly. I don't think Jet would hold him off on his own for long. As they crashed through a wooden table, Jet felt the impact and his back ached. Still, Kim kept on pummeling him with everything he had. Just as he was about to have the upper hand, Eddie was getting more scared. Jet! I gotta help him! Ayn! No, Edward, it's too dangerous. Mr. Appledelly grabbed and loaded a pistol. Jet's Walther P99. Where'd you get that? Jet dropped this. The escalated fight provided me the opportunity to pick it up. But you're not a clear shot. Maybe not, but it's the only way to assist Jet and Spike. Kim has to be stopped no matter what. McIntyre, keep Edward and Ein at bay. All right, I'll... Hey, did you just remember my name? Just stay out. He raced back inside and removed the furniture blocking the door. Slowly he snuck down the small staircases, suspecting Kim would apply dosage of the lethal red-eye, sensing his moves. Still he proceeded, knowing the odds would be truly stacked against him and Jet. Sure enough, he wasn't a clear shot, much like Trudy. His hand was quivering while he had the pistol. Then the quarreling men stayed still while Kim was strangling Jet. His weak hands were futile to keep Kim back while his strength and consciousness were waning as Yakushimo crushed his trachea as hard as a vice. Out of nowhere, unsuspected by the madman, Appledelly shot out and hit Kim directly in the forehead. He went down like a ton of crumbling bricks and landed with a thud with his forehead still trickling blood. Appledelly ran to Jet and flicked on the safety. His head was swimming and he struggled to take in sharp breaths. His tight windpipe was barely allowing oxygen inside. The cementer grabbed a nearby cushion and slipped it beneath Jet's heavy head, lifted up his chin, opening his windpipe. Jet, you're safe. I shot Kim. Laid his pistol beside him. Guys, it's safe. I shot Kim in the head. McIntyre ran quickly toward his wingman while Ed was clutching Ein against her skinny, nearly petrified body. She definitely needed something for comfort after what she just witnessed. Everyone was shaken up at the sight of the bleeding dead body as well as Jet, especially the kid and the corgi. Then they received a message from X indicating the special forces were finally approaching the enemy base, but then went under attack by more dragons. That was to be expected. However, they stated they'd be out of range once they climb up further and reach the Syndicate's stronghold. Meanwhile, the army endured more enemy fire. Only this time, instead of bullets, there were also some thrown grenades and miniature missiles that packed a punch to the surrounding landscape. Unlike the barren canyon, there was way less room to roam and less cover. It was either descend or fall, or just descend to the next patch of steeper earth. Castform did its best to change the environment, but even still, the battle wasn't turning in their favor. This is like being at Hamburger Hill or something! Mega evolutions were putting up a fight, as were the Reploids. The others weren't so lucky. Firearms proved to be too much heat for the less fortunate infantry. They were kept being blown asunder. Some even got wounded during one assault. The Red Dragons were advancing further down with their heavy artillery. This is Trudy! Do you read me? We're falling back! We're getting hammered! Copy! Get out of there! He focused on his partner. Most of the infantry are falling. We can't hold off the dragons for long. This is surely their turf. Zoroark! While the heavier teammates rushed up to the mountainside, I could see the Imperial base just a couple miles up. Can you make it while disguising yourself as an agent? We need to find a way to slip through. Our lines of defenses are dwindling. Zoroark quickly combed to the battlefield. Then he saw a fallen dragon. Memorizing his attire, he shifted into one. Everywhere but his eyes were well hidden. His pointed eyes with the sneering emerald irises were shown. Luckily, he found a pair of dark shades, and immediately put them on. He also strapped on an automatic rifle for safety. Good! Hurry up there! Whatever we need to get, make it fast! Hurry now! He slipped amongst the crowd and raced up the fortress, which was a bit more primitive, but just as tall. In fact, it looked similar to the yellow crane towers located in China. The floors, balconies, and elevators were made of bamboo and exotic wood. Lifts were operated by old-fashioned turbines, and each door slided up upon entrance, while the buttons inside had Asian symbols.
Zoroark assumed the topmost button and pressed it, went as high as the car could possibly go. Ugh, lousy scrolls. Passing more enemies who barely noticed the illusion, he eventually ran up to the stairways. He wound up at some dark corridor where Trudy saw in her nightmare. The chamber was immersed in very dim red lighting. There was the elaborate throne covered with gold as well as numerous jewels. 2 cots were laid down at the center, and Vicious was on top of one of them. The sight of the deceased assassin even brought chills down the Pokemon's spine. Zoroark! He emerged from behind, relieved that the disguise worked exceptionally well. But even he couldn't believe how disturbing the chamber was. He could have compared this to any of Sigma's sinister layers, even the final weapon he dealt with recently. Since Dr. Wily never equipped Zero with any enhancing performance armor, he eventually followed Zoroark, destroying any red dragon in his path. It was clear that X had the upper hand since Dr. Light developed some adaptable equipment before he was passed on to Dr. King. He was aware he had weak defense, but good offense as well as speed. While at Olympus Mons, Zero observed X using the Frost Shield for defense, the Fire Wave for long range, and the Scorching Uppercut, the Rising Fire, for close combat. Zero used the Ice and Fire Sabers in conjunction with the Dragon Flame Blade and the Ice Fury Slash to fight through. Ah, it's Vicious! Oh, I see, it's just a corpse of him. But what really made them cringe was when they saw the numerous tubes attached, recycling his blood. Zoroark the Ancient covered his mouth with both hands and managed a gulp of swallowing his vial. Zero, however, wasted no time as he drew out his saber and sliced off the narrow tube, spewing his blood everywhere like erratic sprinklers. His partner just turned away before he vomited on the floor. Well, that certainly took care of that accursed epidemic. Further into the shadows, there was another body strapped down in a distant corner. Suddenly, the platform jerked and shifted forward. The slab was attached to a conveyor belt as the woman with long blonde locks crept forward. At the other end, there was a furnace which seemed to be actively burning. Zoroark's nostrils twitched as he couldn't bear the intense odor of what he thought he smelt bodies being turned to ash. Is that Julia? While he looked toward the lifeless woman, he quickly scanned her as she continued to steadily shift forward. Statistics popped up, displaying the hapless female's name, age, birthplace, and a brief bio that indicated she was part of the syndicate. She was one of our enemies. Zero! He was interrupted by Zoroark's plea. All of a sudden, he had some flashbacks. From the time he met Iris at the Maverick Hunter base, to meeting up with her brother, the Colonel, to the rivalry at the Ceremony Hall of Rebel Forces Command Center. She broke up the 2 quarreling Reploids, begging her twin brother to spare Zero since he saved her after the Sky Lagoon crashed. Colonel backed off since he knew Zero to be a friendly rival, but he couldn't prevent him from his duties. Someone must stop Reploforce. Zero! His mind shifted to the moment he fought the Colonel again at the Final Weapon spaceport and killing him in the process. He then caught up to Iris, who was so devastated from his loss that she betrayed him. She salvaged the control chip from his remains and fusing it with her own programming, causing her to change into a massive winged ride armor. Zero had no choice but to fight her off. He demolished the large precious crystal. It was the exterior core of the power structure. Before he could pull her out, the mechanical monster destructed on itself. Recovering from the devastation, Zero rushed to her side. We should never live together. Only Reploids exist. Ah! What am I fighting for? Zero! Should we save her? At the last moment, Julia's feet nearly touched the flames, licking her still form. Zero tackled Julia's limp body to the ground, detaching the strands. He then scrambled to his feet and deactivated the burning ledge as he pounded and destroyed the adjacent control panel. Fire was extinguished and the cement slab was still burnt to a cinder. For some reason, the red bot wouldn't stop looking at Julia's dead vessel. To him, it reminded him of Iris from her long locks, even though they weren't brown to her thick ruby lips and fair skin. Zoroark rushed over. Zero! We need to get her out of here! She's the only one who can make Spike whole again and stop his madness. Yes, but there was something the red dragons and Yakushima used to revive their victims, including Spike. Other than blood, they used some kind of an awakening sequence, a spell of sorts. All we gotta do is find it. They scavenged all over the chamber. They only found drums of all shapes. Zero recalled that Trudy told him of Laughing Bull stating that the new dragons in Yakushima used his sacred techniques, including resurrecting the dead. Zero came across some sheets of paper. There was a bunch of gibberish and bizarre writings. He was lucky he and X had a built-in translator developed by Light and Wily. Wondered if Wily was also mimicking Light's greatest creation, so he'd be able to best him if they were to clash with one another. Zero understood what its purpose was. The message was so cryptic that he was surprised Yakushima, a mere human, made this. How his subordinates understood this as well. It was almost as if a hacker's scheme to crack open a person's mind rather than a computer's hard drive. Using the data, he uploaded it all at once into his own internal memory. What if I could use this to revive Julia with this incantation and procedure? We need a blood source, one that could be a perfect match and a donor for her. Zoroark! I'm not sure how we could leave here safely, but Julia may be our only hope. Just then, his sensors picked up a swarm of red dragons heading up for them. Ravaging footsteps loomed rapidly close. Both Zoroark and Zero clambered to the door. With all their body strength, they barred the door as much as they could. The Maverick Hunter couldn't possibly let Julia's vessel get shot or incinerated, nor themselves. They were indeed trapped like rats with no hopes of escaping or fighting back. They prayed for any reinforcements to come. The claim-up was a scenario I tucked away for the past several years, as was the fight with Kim and Jet. I truly do apologize for overestimating his age. I didn't know until recently he's in his late 30s. I also thought he was older than this, like in his early 50s or 60s. He did look a bit older than everyone else. When he retired from the ISSP, I anticipated he was older. So yeah, I don't mean to be offensive. It was just a misunderstanding. I still like Jet. I realized the chapter was getting too long, so that's why I left a cliffhanger. Alright, wait till you guys see what I have in store for the next session. And thus, this will be the finale of the Recessional of the Red Dragons. See you then. Welcome, guys, to the finale of Recessional of the Red Dragons. Previously, the Red Dragon Hunters have actually made it up Olympus Mons into the Imperial base, in which Zero and Zoroark managed to escape from the advancing armies and invade the place. While there, they also encountered Julia in a lifeless corpse. And Zero actually analyzed the ritual, however, they needed a blood source. They were actually trapped inside by advancing red dragons. Meanwhile, Jet and the others were attacked by Kim Yakushima himself. And, thanks to a dastardly Mr. Dilly, he actually shot him in the head, spearing Jet and Spike. So, will the war actually be turning in our hero's favor? Let's find out. Alright, Chapter 11, Peace's Price. The Red Dragon's war wasn't turning in the Special Forces' favor despite the death of the crime syndicate's fallen leader in the infiltration. Both Zero and Zoroark were bearing the exit as a new wave of agents were attempting to break through, while the infantry outside were retreating from the heavy onslaughts. Little did the small army knew was that the dark and the light stones were illuminating as brightly as Sirius within Lizzie and Beth's pockets. The lines of defense were falling from the dragon's destructive artillery. The landscape wasn't helping them in terms of cover nor room for advancement. Several dragons were aiming their machine guns at the helpless fleet. Hold position. We got movement, coming fast. Closing in by about 300 feet. He looked down at his indicator and saw two massive beasts rapidly descending. Out from the clouds, Zekrom and Reshiram finally made it from Earth at the Dragon Spiral Tower. Reinforcements arrived, unleashing their wild fury at the red dragons, mostly their lethal Yakuza. Using their fangs, tossing them off the rigid cliffs, or their own weight to crush them, they weren't a force to be reckoned with. Neither when they were utilizing their intense flames or lethal electricity. Their rough exteriors were proven to be futile against their fatal bullets and grenades. They, the hunters and the Reploids, fought with it whatever they could. The strenuous atmosphere and the constant chilling winds kept holding them back, though. Other assassins had managed to reach the base and started to break into the tower. Zero and Zoroark were helplessly trapped, trying their best to defend the incapacitated Julia with their lives. Their strength was dwindling, and they braced for the worst. The agent broke his disguise and discarded the reflective shades. Zero drew out his Z-Saber while loading his Z-Buster. Brace yourself, Zoroark! We must save Julia! The assailants temporarily stopped when they noticed the roof beginning to collapse. A chunk fell at a distant corridor and some leftover dust rained onto their precious spiffy tuxes. All of a sudden they were flattened in an avalanche made out of very large pieces of ice. The tower was unprotected despite being underneath a small alcove. They noticed the silence, and the Maverick Hunter struggled to open the door against the enormous crystal-like shard. Zoroark, hold open the door! I'll try and carve our way out of this! Using the saber, he downloaded the neon orange fire saber again, which worked wonders on the damage left by the enormous ice. Melted like magic, revealing the bone-crushed members beneath. They couldn't stand the demolition, though they rightfully deserved it. Zero told Zoroark to carry Julia's still body out, though they were greatly worried if they should be immersed into the battlefield once more. Their special forces were depleting on all supplies and ammo due to the advancing syndicate with the arrival of Reshiram and Zekrom. Even still, victory looked very bleak from here. Suddenly, the tower briefly shook, as if an earthquake hit it. Zero suspected it was due to the Pokémon using the move like Auroras, or the two Saucebucks, but it wasn't what he thought when even more chunks of the so-called indestructible mountain collapsed onto the tower itself. It was even enough to break through the entire roof and dim the lights, making the rooms barely seeable. We're gonna get buried up here! Grabbed Zoroark and pulled him and Julia as they ran for their hides. Move, Zoroark! Hurry! Two legendary dragons knew at this rate their trainers nor their allies would survive another large attack. Their only chance was to wipe out every last surviving member of the syndicate, both from above and below the fleet. Zekrom took the bulk, while Reshiram alternated from eating its partner, as well as melting the shielded ice, making the summit of Olympus Mons collapse onto their enemies. It was also more deadly as the fire types who were still able to fight added on to the heat left by the vast white dragon. Both Reshiram and Zekrom had the method to utilize the treacherous environment to their advantage. Reshiram used its most potent flaming abilities, yet to mop the floor with its enemies while also causing the once unconquerable mountain to collapse. It, along with the constant onslaughts from both sides, wasn't enough for the highest peak in the universe to handle. Briefly, battle screeched to a halt as everyone saw debris and particles of dust and ice rain down on them. Oh no! Run! The trainers immediately withdrew each of their active Pokémon, but they didn't have time nor patience to call back their mighty dragons. Zero dashed away as fast as possible. Zora created the illusion of another Rapidash to increase its speed, while still carrying Julia's limp body. In the nick of time they made it out, though they still had a ways to go as they quickly descended the uneven, disturbed trail. The remaining fully functional Reploids carried the humans away and made the escape faster, although they needed to keep their footing from the slippery terrain. Victoria soared over the demise as she saw the massive clouds of melted ice and thick dust blanketing the slope. She lowered the carrier with Zeros cowering in fear, managed to punch a button that opened a hatch from the side. She spoke from a loudspeaker over the ruckus. "Guys! Enter the open hatch of my truck! Get inside now! Run for cover! You can't stay here! Get out of here!" Everyone obliged as they barely heard Victoria's pleas over the wars of the mountain's demise. They ran and leapt as far as they could, with the Reploids coming in first. The deck shook as each of them landed harshly on the ramp. There was X who loaded the dock, but just as he was about to seal the open latch, he heard cries realizing it was his partner Zero. He looked back and saw a fiery figure rapidly descend the peak as fast as the eye could see. The seed wearing the sneering eyes and green irises left with Julia slipping from its back. Zero lurched as he caught her in his arms while he made a humongous jump. For a few moments, he glanced at her grace, which caused his mind to shift back to Iris again. Then he noticed he was just a few feet short. He outstretched an arm, though X, using his quick reflexes, caught him. The landing caused the truck to tilt over as the Maverick hunters held on for dear life. They were eventually able to pull each other up thanks to some helping hands from Reploids and humans, though there was still something that was amiss. Everyone was accounted for except the two legendary dragons. Reshiram stopped its rage, realizing its trainer wasn't going to make it out alive. The truck was moving at a snail's pace from all the weight of what was left of the special forces, including the masses of the Reploids X and Zero. The added weight caused the truck to become vulnerable to oncoming debris, which hit it on contact, driving it down from just a few miles up. The White Shield volcano was too much for the liftoff. Everybody hang on! All hands brace for impact! Sudden demise had damaged Victoria's truck, forcing it to shut down, nearly kill her in the process. Reploids covered the unfortunate humans and Pokémon who were exposed, while Reshiram was holding back the avalanche as much as it could. Its mistress Lizzie begged it to escape with them. Same thing with Beth and her Recessional. As if speaking telepathically, they said they must go without them. That this was the only way. Despite their promises for victory and survival, Beth and Lizzie kept imploring them to leave. X recovered and kept starting Vicky's truck. Fortunately, the vehicle left by the impact was non-functional, so Zekrom leapt down the trail and charged the engines using its awesome turbines from its tail, giving it a powerful boost. The astronomical weight was too strong for Reshiram alone. Zekrom too was caught in the crossfire, while letting Beth as well as her compatriots escape with their lives. The ferocity was more than they could handle. With a few stowaways left by the lucky few Reploids and a lifeless Julia, they were able to survive and leave the devastating peak, with the two legendary dragons sacrificing themselves as they stayed behind, near the summit. The helm went active again, and X ascended the truck while the dragons kept holding the crumbling ice and dust, smiling at the warriors they proudly served. While the two perished, the stones lost their luster. Both Lizzie and Beth began to sob for the sacrifices they'd made, as well as angrily accepting their refusal to be called back to them. X cried out as he looked over and saw Victoria impaled by a fallen metal spike coming out from the middle of her chest. With an enormous open gash left by the crash landing, X-Zero, the Reploids, Trudy, and Faye witnessed Victoria dying afterward, while the trainers confronted their distraught cousins. Zero, everyone, you shouldn't talk. She, as well as others, had to constantly look away from that gruesome open wound. They were even thankful that her cat wasn't here to see it. Zero, X, you must do this.
give her my blood. For Spike and for Julia. Voice was nearly audible when she explained that she was a type O, much like Spike and Vicious. Hurry, he needs this to be happy, reunited with his beloved. I would wish for the same thing with Yorl. Still not quite unnerved by Vicky's condition, Zero applied the last intact syringe he managed to find before he and Zorro got trapped during the ambush. Like a dedicated surgeon, he drew in some of her blood flowing from the gash. Hey, please look after my only companion, Zeros. He truly needs a friend. Please, let Spike and Julia be able to lead a happy, peaceful life together. The war should be won now. May my spirit fly among the stars. You're all. She was able to make a smile thanking her newfound friends before she gave her last breath and closed her eyes. Everyone, including the Reploids, were in mourning for all the sacrifices they had endured over these past several hellish days. As far back as when the dreadful nightmare first began. Was this truly the end? Spike's eyes went into rapid eye movement. His lids looked as if they were fluttering around 100 miles a second. The guys and Edward gave Jet whatever medical supplies they can get their hands on, whether it be some ice packs or a couple of extra strength pain relievers. Though the retired officer exerted himself trying to awaken him, but he wouldn't budge. It was as if he was having a very horrifying nightmare, just waiting to consume him. Mine at times licked their faces as a constant reassurance for their pain and suffering, never leaving their side. The gang hardly noticed the landing of the red-tail space shuttle nor Vicky's truck. They all abruptly looked up as they heard the handle jiggle, and in popped Trudy, Faye, X, Zero, and Mary, all wearing grim expressions on their faces. Guys, you're back! Chet was very astonished upon their return, as well as their condition seemed to fill with cuts and bruises. Oh, did you guys win? Was it the Red Dragons? I actually killed their leader, Kim Yakushimo. Jet told me all about him, and they had a struggle. I was lucky I was able to use his gun and make a clear shot. Did you win? Are the baddies gone? Whoa, Edward! I think we should turn on the televid to find out. Everyone did just that. Sure enough, there was a news break. The male announcer was briefing over the destruction of Olympus Mons. Jet and the others were stunned at the sight of it. Mary explained it was actually the trainer's fire types, the Reploid's scorching skills, as well as Reshiram, who showed up as a reinforcement. She went on that Zekrom, it, and Victoria died for their cause, among several casualties from the ISSP and Reploids. As soon as the young host mentioned the Red Dragons have surrendered, everyone cheered. The surviving officers, with the assistance done by the Reploids, had caused them to falter. He mentioned that with every agent captured, all veterans that participated should receive a hefty bounty. Unfortunately, the joy was only short-lived, as they discussed about those they had lost, even the Bebop. Despite the hurrah from the outside, Spike was still in a comatose state, or rather a dream state in between life and death, or order and chaos. While in limbo, he actually wound up in a desolate, dark area. Spike caused him to stir, barely opening his eyes as he saw bright light linger over him. Through the glare in his blurry vision, he thought he saw double, though he later recognized it was only Shin and Lin. Spike, it's us, Shin and Lin. You need to rise up, Spike. The war has been won. You're a free man now. Spike barely moved a muscle. He felt his body was being weighed down by an anvil, or he was just paralyzed by all the physical torment. Lin, Shin, I can't move. I don't have the strength. He heard and saw other spirits, including Annie, the twins, Rocco, even his late mentor. Spike, my boy, you've gone a long way since you became a member of the Syndicate. You becoming a bounty hunter, a renowned anti-hero trying to reunite and live peacefully with Julia. You found her. Your friends are reviving her as we speak. You'll be together yet. Your blood ties with Vicious has been permanently cut. She is right, Spike, my son. Fist shot up when he heard Mal in the heavens. Still, he didn't have the vigor to get up. You must get up. Julia awaits you. The red dragons have been captured and slewed. I can finally rest now since Vicious or Yakushimo can no longer influence the Syndicate. The van may have been murdered as well. I saw them die by the corruption Vicious laid. But I knew since then that she will lead them. This is even better since they are gone, and only you and Julia could be our budding legacy. Is that Julia? Yeah, Jet. I met her once when I saved her that one time, and she knew Spike. Oh, I hope we're not too late. Edward caught her fingers crossed as tightly as possible. Zero and X laid her down on an unfolded green cup beside Spike. The red bot inserted the syringe into the back of Julia's neck. He then leaned over and whispered in her left ear the same incantation as Cam and his foot soldiers used. Gradually, life started to return. Her cheeks were glowing. Her cheeks were growing red. Her skin was returning to its light peach pinkish hue. Her heart began to pump blood. Her breathing started shallowly. Julia. Spike needs you. Wake up. Eventually she did just that. Her eyes opened very slowly as she moaned. Her head constantly moved. Her mind barely registered that she was even alive. Vision cleared and she saw Zero and the others. Who are you? Don't you remember me, Julia? I saved your life while the red dragons were chasing you. You seemed to know Spike. You wanted some bounty hunters to look after you. Well, so are we. She showed and introduced her to the group, though Edward had to be sent away for a while by McIntyre to keep his silence. Zero stated of Victoria's fate and that she was willing to donate her blood to Julia, reviving her and reuniting with Spike, instead of turning into a puppet hell-bent on war and chaos. Though I used the black magic incantation, I actually deleted it from my internal memory banks. Why? Why did you do that? I was awakened by Dr. Wiley and infected with the Maverick virus, so I barely knew a thing or two about using a very sinister spell to resurrect someone. Besides, it's the only way to end this nightmare. And maybe his. He had some insecurities about the madman who destroyed the Bebop and nearly slewed his former friends. He also recently discovered that he too used to be one of the top assassins, no different than himself. He was truly on the fence as to whether or not he should spare him. Julia glanced over. Spike! She immediately went over to him, startling the onlookers. Spike? Spike, if you could hear me, come back. To me. To us. I love you, Spike. That's all that matters. It's all a bad dream, Spike. Come out of it. And end it now. Caused her voice to crack under the desperation. Julia's right. Julia's right. Spike's soul would never find any rest nor peace. He'll only know the influence of Vicious's blood within him. Then the nightmare will begin again. Julia, only you can do this. Let it end. Tonight. She looked toward her loved one again. It's all still a dream, Spike. Just a dream. She leaned in, kissed him passionately on the lips, then on his forehead. Soon enough, Spike began to take in deep breaths.
She watched him very closely as she readjusted his hands, attempting to rest them on his rising and falling chest. She laid a hand on top of him and caressed them gently, even his left cheek. Guys, we need to hurry. The Reploids are leaving. Oh, hi, Julia. On my way. Followed X and they all followed them out. But Faye hesitated. I gave them one last lick as a final goodbye to both lovebirds. Julia, are you coming with us? I prefer to stay with Spike, if you all don't mind. She nodded and headed out with the others. The sky was very dark red, fading into black. X was bidding Zero farewell. So where are you girls heading? Home. The war is finally over. Our friends and families must be very worried about us, especially since none of us expected to land on Mars and fight an intergalactic conflict. Yeah, I guess we'll all miss you. Yeah, I guess. We'll miss all of you. You guys did wonderful back there. We never would have won this fight without you. Nor would we without Reshram, Sekram, and Victoria. We should also pay our respects and honor them. Edward gave Trudy a giant affectionate bear hug, repeating on how much she'd miss her. Trudy later gave Ein a joyful belly rub. She would definitely miss them dearly, and she hoped Edward and her parental guardians would call her in Jet any time they wish. The rest of them wished them a safe journey back. Jet advised them to use the hyperspace gates like the last time they entered here. He couldn't have been more prouder. However, someone decided to stay. As the truck started its ignition and eventually lifted off through the thin atmosphere, Trudy noticed Zero looking up, watching X wave goodbye through the driver's seat window to his new friends below. He saluted him and waved back. Zero! He faced her wearing the same confident expression. You've chosen to stay on Mars? Why? Well, you know, I've decided to take a break from living on Earth for a while. Sigma's gone. The Red Dragon Syndicate has been thwarted and Kim is no more. Besides, becoming a bounty hunter than a maverick hunter is not a bad idea. This could be a great opportunity for me, meeting other life forms, exploring other worlds. And XIR and I are finding peace at last. Let's hope Spike will do the same. We hope so too, Zero. Glad you decided to stay with us and hang out. Meanwhile, Julia watched the long truck ascend and soar away from Tharsis. She will never forget the time when she was able to receive another bill of life. Oh. She looked down, watching her beloved. Julia. She lifted his head with her hands going behind his neck, lifting him to kiss her. She knew he wanted this for a long time. From that moment of bliss, he knew this was all too real to be considered another dream, and he couldn't be any happier. Both he and Julia grinned as they looked deeply into their eyes, despite Spike having an artificial one. It was as if time stood still when they warmed up toward each other. They kissed deeply like there was no tomorrow. Thank goodness no one else witnessed their soulful reunion. Pun intended. Their sacrifices was another scenario came up with 5 years back. They utilized the mountain's destruction as a way to kill off the remaining red dragons, in order to help their comrades seize victory. I'm sure that Kira and their icy counterpart will find another incarnate of the two dragons somewhere and be reborn. They're 3 parts of one whole, no doubt. After all, it's a war fix, there has to be some casualties. As for Vicky, I never wanted her to go, but I did want her to provide Julia another chance to live without the fears of being hunted down, then assassinated by Vicious and his thugs. I was so disheartened when Spike lost her before his own demise. So let's hope Zero's method could work properly on her, and not let her turn into a violent rageaholic who's only a tool for killing and destruction. And there are the songs for that. Please keep in mind that as for an anime couple, I'd much rather prefer Spike and Julia than Spike and Faye.
Sure, they have some things in common, are skilled bounty hunters and have a dark past, but I'd much rather prefer Spike and Julia to have a better life. Besides, he hated her since he labeled her as a woman with an attitude. It's not that I hate Faye, it's only because she was my least favorite. Still, losing both Julie and Spike was heart-wrenching, especially it's all during the finale. The weight is still heavy to carry to this day. They were not kidding. So why not take advantage of the dark arts that were used from the very start? I can never be sure about Faye and Jet, though. And finally, the epilogue, Blue Suede Skies. 6 weeks later, Tharsis had finally healed its numerous deep and tragic scars from the Red Dragon War. Everyone honored those that had sacrificed their lives for intergalactic freedom, especially those that paid tribute to Victoria, Reshiram, and Zekrom, most of the Reploids, as well as the members of this ISSP. Thanks to the astronomical payout for the surviving veterans, Anna's black market had transformed into an outlet selling more various goods, while still serving some ammunition and weaponry for those who were willing to keep the peace in Tharsis and other planets. Not only that, but a small apartment was built at the top floor housing Spike, Julia, and Trudy. She had her own space while Spike and Julia shared theirs, just like the old days when he was taken in after he was wounded during the fatal war against the White Tigers. The would they won't they couple gave Trudy the honors for reviving and reuniting them in exchange for no longer living in the slums, nor inside a worn-down spaceship. The young space cowgirl was so thrilled by their offer. Faye also had some new private quarters, as one of the ISSP officers had perished. She gladly took over residence in one of the apartments in uptown Tharsis. She also decided to care for Victoria's feline, Zeros. After a while, he grew accustomed to his new owner and lived a healthier life than when he was devastated over his previous owner's loss and refused to eat or move. They now had a comfortable new place to call home, instead of just dreading it being destroyed by oncoming meteors. After several weeks of renovation, the former Red Dragon's hideout had been bulldozed, then rebuilt to half its size. Both Jet and Zero wanted to live together at the revamped skyscraper, which would actually function as a sort of home base for the spanking new bounty hunting team. Although Zero still wasn't used to fighting humans, he has been an extraordinary assistant to the Black Dog in terms of engineering and technology. For Mary and her cousins, they resumed normal lives as if little to nothing has happened. That is, except when they mourned their fallen titans Reshiram and Zekrom. The dark and light stones were still opaque and dormant, and the texture even had some weak particles here and there, like loose dirt. Both girls put away these stones and actually prayed for the Pokémon to return and get resurrected since their ice counterpart Curon is still around. As for X, he had the opportunity to achieve his wish on witnessing peace and tranquility for the first time in his life. Sigma and the Red Dragons have been vanquished at last, yet he still performs his duties both as Reploid and savior for humankind on Earth, especially when he and his men kept a lookout for any oncoming devastating meteors. He also wishes Zero well in his outpost in Mars. He wishes to visit him and his new friends again one day. Oh, he has been promoted as the head of the Maverick Hunters during Zero's absence. It turned out that it was Vicious's, or rather Striking Snake's guardian star that fizzled within the night sky instead of Spike's, which was a very good sign since the guardian star never got a chance to fuse. Thus his red and Spike's blue one reverted, creating a supernova, and hence Spike was never forever being linked with the volatile blood made by Kim Yakushima. Like a blown-out candle, Vicious's red star was no more, and prevented Spike's inevitable fate. Instead, his own star was restored to its natural hue, though it darkened, symbolizing its next phase as well as its advent life hurdles. For Spike and Julia, they couldn't be any more at ease. It changed him in a way they never thought possible. He was actually cutting back on smoking as he took some gum that helped his nicotine cravings. He reduced his drinking habits while consuming alcohol on social occasions. He does train Julia and Trudy the same rigorous ways his late master Mao did. However, they were also looking grim. He hadn't been like himself since before his so-called demise. He seemed to have been sleeping for many hours a day, even goes into unconsciousness constantly. He seemed to no longer be his flamboyant self. Later got his groove back, but Zero made a diagnostic scan. He is suffering from a concussion. Doc was safe and his private hospital was unscathed, though he made the prognosis that Spike developed amnesia, as he couldn't remember the incidents, nor the war, that devastated Dragon's headquarters. He theorized he may be prone to PTSD and even epilepsy, having episodes of brief unconsciousness. Gave him a cocktail in which he reluctantly took with Trudy and Julia's ongoing support. Thanks to the victorious war effort, everyone pitched to raise money and fund the long-abandoned program Big Shot. There was this new store, there's the arcade TV set, it was playing that banjo with American money. Sure enough, it was indeed Big Shot, in all its fabulous advanced glory. The usual pair greeted the audience with their same old routine. Howdy, amigos! We are back on the air! That's right, Punch! Thanks to a very generous donation from the courageous and valiant Bebop bounty hunters, we're back and better than before, broadcasting brand new bounties from across the galaxy. You're about to take your first lesson on fetching a bounty head, Julia. Shh, quiet, quiet. Before we announce our first catch of the day from the last couple months, I'd like to introduce a new space gal and cowboy to our growing family of over 300,000 hunters. Victoria and Zero. For the announcers, there was Julia and Zero, standing proud. Then there was a segment with the logo of the Bebop flashed on the blank screen. Signal went off as Jet appeared. From his control room, he found a brand new bounty head that's worth a few thousand wulongs. So what do you say, guys? You up for it? Trudy spoke. Jet, if you want us bounty hunters, you take all of us bounty hunters. Even the new candidates Julia and Zero. They gathered around her. From now on, every mission we do together. Searching a bounty? That's easy. Keeping a team or a family together? That's difficult. And that is truly our mission that is worth fighting for. She shut off the receiver. A short time later, the sun was shining on the peaceful, bustling streets of Tharsis. Trudy was seen walking toward his comrades. She met up with Zero, and they both watched Julie and Spike looking through the windows after an embrace, before he closed the blinds. Ah! She smiled as she looked up, her eyes becoming vacant, her face blank. Trudy? Trudy? Mars to Trudy! What are you looking at? Watching for meteors? Or any more red dragons? No, Zero. I was just thinking about what the future may hold. I'm very concerned about Spike. It's going to take a while before my fears will vanish. Instead of worrying about his condition, or that I may have another violent tendency again. Also, I've never seen a blue sky so clear and beautiful on Mars before. It's always red because of all the carbon. So, now that the red dragons are gone, and Spike and Julie are one again, I guess the future looks quite bright for all of us. She couldn't agree more. So what now, Space Cowgirl? She couldn't be any more prouder at her new life title as an official cowgirl rather than a space cadet with a wandering mind amongst the heavens. Well, Zero, the sky's the limit! Of course, the story will end like the series. Just when Zero asked what the future would lie for them. Alright, Spike, Julie, and Trudy, all of Mars and the entire universe are free from Red Dragon's dominion. I've already carried that weight. It has motivated me to write this fic. Now I can finally rest easy that since it's been done after 5 years in hiatus. Fans don't have to guess about Spike's fate, nor worry for Jet and Faye.
It's all over now. I've always wanted to have Big Shot back in the air, let Jet have a new base, and also recruit Julie and Zero as new bounty hunters. I want to give some quick shoutouts to Pika Ace as well as Space Cowboy 656, which you would only see on fanfiction, as well as Bionic Slime and Chris Stuckman, which they gave a lot of praise. And I wish they would actually notice this. Same thing with Iddy and No Ben, who gave me the Mega Man X reviews, as well as the Great Clement. I might develop another story highlighting one of their brand new missions, but I'm not sure yet. And I really wanted to end the doom and gloom on a very positive note addressing the viewers. Because after all, like Trudy said, the sky's the limit. Hey guys, this is the Ecron Writer here. Welcome you to another OBS Studios project. This happens to be another session from Cowboy Bebop as well as Mega Man X. This would actually be my last project before I go on hiatus. So this is A Trip in Paradise, a one-shot I came up with around the same time I came up with Recessional of the Red Dragons. Unfortunately, since I wasn't able to get the former story done, I wasn't able to write about the latter. However, I still had those ideas in my noodle, and I'm so glad to finally bring it out there. So let's get this started. Alright, A Trip in Paradise. After 5 years in hiatus, much like the epic Recessional of the Red Dragons, it has come into fruition. For some odd reason, this crazy story actually came to me when I saw the Simpsons episode The Joy of the Sect. I guess the Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle count as well, even though that was pretty lame. So I decided to make this as one of the bounty hunting misadventures for the new Bebop crew. Enjoy! It all started inside the renovated convenience store of what used to be Annie's devastated outlet. It's been nearly 6 weeks since the Red Dragons War ended in Mars, and Spike and Trudy have never been as content, or rather bored out of their minds. Spike was just lazing around and snoring loudly upon the couch, while Trudy peeked out of the closed blinds from a nearby window using a pair of binoculars. The streets were vacant with only a small handful of patrons walking around, and the weather was overcast with a promise of light rain, or rather dust. Rumor has it there'd be an oncoming dust storm in the next few days, probably one of the most tumultuous yet. As a Martian, Spike knew firsthand on preparing for a huge dust storm, and preparations indeed must be made. Julia was currently shopping for food and supplies and ammo for the rough weather ahead. Still, the entire week lacked plenty of action. There hadn't been a new bounty hunting mission since. Needless to say, Trudy was growing more restless and anxious as she missed being aboard the Bebop, tracking down any leads, and enduring some unfortunate and sometimes wild events. Just then the televid switched onto a familiar program accompanied by a rapid-playing banjo. Howdy, amigos, and welcome to another new and pruned segment of Big Shot. That brought out Trudy from her slump, and she rushed over to Spike. She tugged at his arm, trying to wake him. Hey, Spike! Spike, wake up! It's Big Shot! We have another bounty head! It was thanks to a generous donation provided by the Bebop team from the hefty amounts of cash they received from the war effort. About 200,000 wulongs. Got both Punch and Judy back on the air. It was greatly needed since they used the program as a source for searching for a huge profit. What, His eyes were still crossed as he wiped the sand out of them. It's Big Shot! We gotta see what our new bounty is! She surely didn't want her mentor to miss this, though it was hard on writing down the intel since the program was fast-paced. Good thing Zero never missed a thing. Today we had just found 2 abnormal people located somewhere outside of Tharsis. Well, let me try again. Today we had just found 2 abnormal people located somewhere outside of Tharsis. That's right, Trudy. Two portraits appeared on the screen, one male and one female. Each of their names and personal info were listed below them. Unfortunately, Trudy was unable to keep up. They belong to some underground occult known as the Drifters. Their mission is to send us to a distant big planet called Imperia. And with this oncoming dust storm, it couldn't possibly come at a better time. For just 50,000 Wulongs each, catch these criminals and rally them to justice. 30,000 Wulongs? Who couldn't resist? Spike said while the cowboys kept rambling. Then suddenly their demeanors have changed somewhat. It was as though they seemed to be dazed but deliriously happy. Ah, yes, the master should take care of us, wouldn't he, Judy? He would indeed, Punch. With the master's support, we wouldn't have to stress over our job and scrounge for bounties anymore, and we can live in harmony together. Huh? That's weird. Spike was clueless by their sudden awkward reaction. Never seen him act like this. Neither have I. As the two wranglers went on about gathering all the inhabitants of Tharsis and convincing them to join the Drifters, Spike switched off the TV and remained unaffected. Well, I am going to receive the 30,000 Wulongs. I don't care if some fantastical occult. We're bounty hunters. That's what we do, goddammit. His determination always seems to rub off on her. She stood up and spoke proudly. I'm with you, Spike. 30,000 Wulongs should handle us for a while. How bad can it be to earn some more dough? Besides, we need it to prepare ourselves for that dust storm. Jingles from overhead bells were heard as Julia stepped in. She was holding an enormous bag of goods. Ah, Julia! Good news! We just received another opportunity for an incredible bounty hunt. 30,000 Wulongs. That's 15,000 Wulongs each for the two bounty heads, he corrected. But something seems rather odd with those delirious cowboys. You noticed? She mentioned before she gave Spike a peck on the cheek. She put down the large bag on the counter. I noticed that the shops located around Tharsis were vacant, both the lots and the interiors. Very few people remained. I was lucky I still had some service when I got to the checkout. It's almost as though they're not taking the storm very seriously. It must have something to do with that strange case involving a planet called Imperia, and the master bringing them there. That reminds me, I saw two people while I was heading out. They were handing out brochures like this one. She pulled it out her pocket. On the pamphlet was a man that had his arms spread out wearing a long white robe. The sunlight behind him was making the figure obscure in the sky, blue background. Header was in bold print. This was the footer, the drifters, enlightenment waits you. It's very strange. I've seen some religious groups before, but nothing as so unusual as this. I'm not a religious follower either. Have we ever dealt with any cults like this? Well, I guess I do recall the time we dealt with that one occult. The one that had this virtual game and Faye was Dr. Londus's #1 target. I would also count those ex-crazy environmentalists. Remember Vincent? She nodded her head real fast. It was too bad that Julia never met up with Spike at that time, though he did generalize her to Lieutenant Electra briefly. I think we should look at that supermarket again. They may still be there. They decided unanimously to arrive at the designated location together and to try not to let the occultists wait and distract them on their duties. They were aware of Trudy's short attention span, so they needed to keep a keen eye on her in case she'd slip away, with two anchors securing a buoy prone to going astray. A few weeks back, Spike's friend Doohan had modified Julia's destroyed Ferrari and converted the remaining parts into her own zipcraft, the Hearthstone. It's built much like the Swordfish, too, but it wasn't made from a monoracer. Lacks speed, though it was built with light lasers and bullets, possesses a mobile cockpit, and performs with excellent agility. It looked similar too, with its sleek model and folding wingspan. They were both stationed on top of their apartment. Each of the wings opened, with Spike's being the first. He recommended Trudy to ride shotgun with Julia, and she followed the swordfish closely. At the vacant massive parking lot, the pilots docked their ships and hooked them up to a pair of fuselage tanks. They soon came across some cult members at the rear of the supermarket. The gang met up with the trio wearing the same white robes that Julia saw in the brochure. "Looks like they're hunting for some weak cattle. Stay alert." "Spike, Julia, and Trudy, I presume. Looks like you bounty hunters could use a vacation, getting all so weary from your long travels and strenuous work." He eyed her and Trudy as well as the others. "How about it, ladies? Imagine a lifetime of peace and serenity, never worrying about money nor violence. I am certain that is what you both want for people as frail as you." "Get your hands off her! Julia, don't listen to him!" "Ah, you two will be together forever, not worrying about being hunted by crime organizations or scoundrels. You will have no need to be scared anymore, living in peaceful bliss, and freedom is won." I... She seemed to be swept by his words, while Trudy remained silent. They never thought on how the cult knew so much about them. But with Spike, on the other hand, run! He charged toward him with a punch, and the rest of the group gained on him. It was little to no problem for the hothead as he bashed each hypnotist to the ground. Seeing his amazing fighting skills, the couple tried to scamper away, but someone else had them cornered. The red robot ambushed them as he leapt down at the other side of the brawl, but only Spike noticed. "Oh, great!" Though the Maverick Hunter wasted no time to finish them off, rendering them half to death like all the others. By the time the coast was clear, Spike went to Julia, desperate to snap her out of that enticing flunk. He laid his hands on her shoulders, looking at her squarely in the face. "Julia! Julia!" Spike! Thought I'd lost you there for a minute." "Oh, Spike! Never want to leave you. Never again. We can go wherever you want to go." "Sounds right to me." "Zero!" "Hey, look what the cat dragged in." "Zero! Never thought I'd see you here. I thought you'd be with Jet at headquarters." "I would, but there was an unexpected turn of events." They listened as he explained that earlier today Jet went missing. He walked out without a trace while he was still in slumber inside his own capsule that was transported from Able City. He tried calling him, but the transmission was always lost. Even Jet's hammerhead was gone. He never even posted a note nor used any form of contact. Zero also tried to message Faye, but even she was unavailable. He was going to call Spike, Julia, and Trudy until he heard the Big Shot bulletin. He downloaded the intel from it, and upon Julia's request, he pressed on his nose, and a small sheet along with mug shots from his helmet provided everything they needed. The data read as follows on each of the blank black criminal boards. Takeshi Lucero Crowley, 37, 57 Wulongs, Venus. He appeared to be nearly 6 feet tall, blah blah blah. Thought he could belong to the Yakuza. There was a petite female to his right. She was known as Lynn Targoon's Dogma, 37, 57 Wulongs from Venus. She had this, she had that. She also smiled wildly. Her eyes sparkled in an evil sneer. To Trudy, she didn't think she looked like her age, almost as if she was Takashi's playgirl. So these are our bait. Yes, I'm surprised they're even the zealous types. Looks can always be deceiving. Julia said she found some fanatics here. I think we should keep looking. Good thing I saw your zip crafts here while I was flying overhead. Let's kick it." They decided to search the place. Zero and Spike investigated the interior, while Julia and Trudy searched the exterior. The guys trekked through every aisle, looking for some kind of subliminal message for the unsuspecting public. In his peripheral vision, Spike saw a glimmering white light through two massive doors leading to a back room for shop employees. He looked through the small windows and noticed the spacious room was crowded with rows of folding chairs. He signaled Zero to come over, and the men found an overhead presenting Planet Imperia with the bot analyzing the footage. An overhead? That's just so archaic. They tried to leave from their seats, thinking the spectators were irritated by the nonsensical rubbish being fed to their heads, though the presentation kept stopping abruptly as a beam of light from the ceiling shined on whoever was uncomfortable. Male voice always convinced them to remain in the seats till the overhead ended. Several minutes had passed. Spike then rolled his eyes and shook his head. Screw this. You got the info, Zero? Right here, Spike, tapped his noodle, being his helmet. Come on, we should get to the others before we lose our minds. I can sometimes understand why people say that TV can rot your brain. Julia and Truda wound up near a food stand of sorts, serving boys bowls of gruel to patrons who were willing to buy those suspicious free samples. Before they knew it, their stomachs began to rumble. The women saw the customers sit at wooden benches, and they realized the two bounty heads standing behind them. Julia! The zealots are here! She pointed toward the location. The lot had different sections. One was structured in a circle, and they made it out as the Ring of Judgment, designed to destroy any self-esteem for nurturing minds and stomachs. Another portion was led by Chance, supporting the master and encouraging people to lose their wills. They noticed it was led by Lynn herself, while Takashi was just roaming for some weak cattle. Spike's warning ran in Julia's ears. Trudy! Why don't you gut one of those bowls so Zero can analyze it? Julia made a tight grip. Whatever you do, don't eat it, as this would make you one of those brainless followers. Never let your guard down. She nodded and went to the following cue. An early happy-go-lucky man greeted her. She paused and accepted the master's offering. She brought it with her as she walked back to Julia, but she was halted by Takeshi. Hold it right there. You're not leaving without the master's supplement. He led her to one of the rear wooden tables while Julia stood and gave her a serious glance. The first location was indeed the rows of tables where the rest of the followers ate like pigs. Literally. This actually made her feel grossed out, almost as if she was seeing the brothers' grunts around her. Luckily, the disgusting displays were cut short as Takeshi and Len announced from their podium. Attention, everyone! Let us rejoice this glorious day the Master has provided before us. Then she and her associate led a repetitive chant to which Trudy became more annoyed. Why am I doing this? The one woman here isn't budging. You, Trudy! I'm certain your friends are waiting for you on Planet Imperia. They are with the Master as we speak. In fact, we already have two of them here now. From behind a distant tall sediment, Julia gasped and theorized they were... Can't be! Trudy was a bit intimidated by the thought. How could Spike and Zero fall for them so easily? Then she heard Len and Takeshi encouraging the brainwashed followers. They tried to demoralize her as they chanted about the bebop. Trudy became outraged. No! How do you know about the bebop? It was destroyed in the war and... She lost her train of thought. She saw two other bounty hunters walk up to them. Jet? Faye? They can't be! It is us, Trudy. Yes, we have been waiting for you to come with us. She never saw him so easygoing and carefree like this. He was always the uptight type. This was incredibly unusual to her. What's the matter? Aren't you bringing Spike, Julie, and Zero with us? We would love their company. The Master would be pleased once he unites all us bounty hunters in his bosom. Faye? Jet? She was terrified. Let's go! The cowgirl immediately gathered the gruel as she followed her out. Sure enough, the whole unit of fanatics were on their tail. Spike and Zero walked out onto the pavement. They became a bit anxious as they saw the surveillance peeking over them, wondering if those drifters could spot them on a moment's notice. Spike couldn't wait to rip the bounty heads a brand new one. This worried Zero a little as he hasn't really lost his desire to fight. Perhaps a spark from Vicious's blood. Spike! Zero! Julia! Trudy! They warned the two other drifters were after them. They brainwashed Jet and Faye. We got trouble! Big trouble! Jet and Faye got caught! It was a trap! What did you say? The mob was leaning on them, leaving them no time for an explanation. They retreated with zealots chasing after them. Spike stopped and faced the humongous mob. Come at me, you bastards! What? Hey! This isn't a fight we can win here. We must go. Spike punched around the swordfish, lifting it off the ground after yanking off the fuel pump. Tried to catch his breath as the other crafts followed with no particular destination. The bot eventually scanned the product and he spoke over the comm that inside were chemicals killing brain cells more rapidly than alcohol. The women told the boys they noticed a food stand located a foot away from the lot. The guys found a presentation about the mystical settlement. Trudy's mind was still fixed on one glaring issue. Jet and Faye got caught. We gotta retrieve them! Now! If we return to Thorsis, we're sitting ducks. Damn it! Spike! Trudy wasn't feeling any better as she was starting to lose hope. The drifters already manipulated all of Mars, and Jet and Faye were in the middle of it. Spike, we need you for this. Zero was the one not being scourged. He even heard him voice his defeat that they would be next. Oh no, we're not. The drifters didn't get us yet. It seems they're using our weaknesses and exploiting them to take advantage of us. We must get Jet and Faye back. Swordfish soon came across an old barn of sorts and left the formation. Spike, where are you going? I believe I found something, Zero. I need to take a look. You guys cover for me. He went up without any care to see if there were any pursuing zealots. Spike investigated the dead field. After a few moments of searching, he went inside the rusty door, looked up and noticed a large broken gap through the roof, almost as if fire or rather exhaust has escaped. He knelt down and touched a finger toward the enormous scars some humongous circular vessel left. This must have costed a hell of a fistful of oolongs. Through the lighting from the roof, despite some fallen debris, he found a poster of sorts displaying the bliss unstained within the resort of Imperia. Then something struck his interest. In his anger, he ripped the thing to shreds. With a shaking fist, I will never let them get away with this! He hurried out and fired up the zip craft. By the time he met up with the shuttle and the Hearthstone, he concluded that the drifters, the two bounty heads, and Jet and Faye would be taken somewhere at the edge of the universe. Then he recognized a blurry, distorted image of Pluto and its neighboring moon, Charon, as he looked at the poster from Imperia. To Pluto! Good eye, Spike! There was no master, only Takeshi and Lin planning this. They're manipulating our money and property to make this bullshit journey. Don't you see? They're running the planet and soon the whole galaxy dry. Just before the dust storm, the time when us Martians would be the most vulnerable. And they already took over Venus. We have to take them by force. Even though it's stealing, they were willing to surrender their wills anyway. But first we need to go through the asteroid belt. Julia, you stay behind me with Zero. No way! I'm coming with you, Spike. And for once, I actually developed a plan. Everyone was flabbergasted. Spike briefly paused. Yeah, that does sound like a plan. Let's do it. He held on to the helm so tightly that his knuckles turned white. They shot several of them apart, including using the fatal plasma beam cannon from the swordfish. Later took the hyperspace gate at Jupiter to Pluto, knowing the hammerhead and redtail could be on their sixes. They arrived at the dwarf planet Pluto just about to enter the Kuiper Belt. It was said that it housed numerous ice bodies as this region was still being formulated by the start of the Big Bang. They got there first, excepting for Zero. They landed their vehicles just a few yards away and saw the captors working tirelessly at the surface, which seemed to be encased in oxygen. They came across Takeshi, then Lin meeting up with him outside a large complex. Lines of people from Venus and Mars were just slaving away, collecting rock and ice particles, without even straining or caring for their own welfare. Literally hyper-focused on the so-called master and at times worshipping him. Hey, where's Zero? His spacecraft must have been slower than the other zip crafts. His shuttle is more primitive after all, since it was made from Earth. I'm sure he'll catch up to us eventually. I think it's about time we blow this thing. This damn joint. Get everyone and their stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam! Loaded his Jericho and headed toward the base with the women by his suit ties. Meanwhile, the quartet saw the group head into their stronghold. They have come. Only there are 3, Spike, Julia, and Trudy. We know how to deal with them. Yes. The first thing we must do to convert them is clip Spike's wings before he soars too high. They depend on him. When one domino falls, so do the others. He has to be demoralized. Guns were drawn. They saw Ling naked to the third base, showing off her irresistible body against the fluorescent lights, shining on her. The women grew more worried of Spike's changing demeanor, even though the young cowgirl kept looking away, particularly Trudy. Raised a hand to keep them back, and he slowly went closer to her. She began to ogle him as he looked her over, front, sides, and back, top, and bottom. It seems you are being aroused by me. Glad you would be able to join us, Spike. I guess the master is considered to be both you and Takeshi, but I would be a part of the drifters as long as I am by your side. I wouldn't want anything more, even if we were to go even well beyond this universe. I would be more than happy to. Not! Trudy immediately did a roundhouse kick toward Lynn's shin, forcing her off the ledge. They were ambushed by zealots and they fought them off. That wasn't until a shot rang out from behind. Faye made her entry holding her Glock 30 toward the resistors. Faye! What are you doing? Drop your weapons! Or, drop your weapons! It was Jet. He was holding the wealthier P-99. They all submitted as they were surrounded by the 2 bounty heads, Faye and Jet, and more followers. They couldn't believe what was happening to them. Jet! You can't be serious! You won't convert us all! Faye, what is happening to you? Come on, Zero, hurry! She twirled her Glock around her fingers. Don't you know? We have become their special bodyguards. Lynn stood up and she sneered as she stood next to her lover. Indeed we are. We have heard about Imperia personally. Instead of spending an eternity laboring on a Pluto and sacrificing our life savings, they had offered us an extraordinary opportunity. We were looking forward to seeing their savior. This is ridiculous. You guys know there's no savior here. You two were being set up, knowing damn well we were the galaxy's best bounty hunters. Takeshi and Lin knew about the Bebop and the Red Dragons because you told them. It was just a way to force us into submission. Oh, we're just getting started. Since my charm wasn't enough for you, Spike, I'd rather have her out of the equation. Julia was held hostage toward a stasis tube where the air was being sucked out of the vacuum while it was reaching temperatures as frigid as the vast reaches of space. Spike! He looked up and saw her helpless state. Julia! He countered the men, but Jen was even quicker. Don't worry about me, Spike. You have to save the galaxy.
Plasma shot exploded inside, and through the smoke it turned out to be Zero with the Z-Buster. He soon reached her, punched and shattered the glass, took her out, and laid her down. Spike recklessly knocked the bounty heads and some of the zealots out of with raw anger and desperation, hoping to get to Julia, while Trudy did the same. He soon did, and seeing her pale face perform mouth-to-mouth while encouraging her to breathe. She let out some coughs after a few intense moments. Then the facility was about to explode from the Maverick's impact. Spike and Zero dragged out the unconscious terrorists thanks to some backup from extraterrestrials that returned to their senses. Some even held Jet and Faye at gunpoint. There was a blinding light from above in contrast with the opaque sky. At first glance, the group thought it belonged to the so-called Holy Master of theirs, but it turned out to be coming from a familiar large mothership. Inside was a pilot clad in this. He had a mask. It turned out to be the space samurai former cowboy Andy Von de Oniyate, taking away their bounty via tractor beam. Looks like I got your loot for once. Thanks for clearing the way for me. Man, you dirty dog. Son of a bitch stole our bounty! Typical cowboy. The facility continued to demolish itself. Damage was spreading. Everyone evacuate! Go back to your home planets! Everyone scurried to their own corresponding spacecraft, yet the stubborn cowboy actually went back while the crew was also running. Spike! Oh no! What are you doing? Spike! The smoke was getting thicker, cutting off his breathing and vision. The heat was rising and the building collapsed. Despite the crumbling drug lord's base, he managed to punch around the computer and anxiously waited for all the billions of oolongs to be downloaded onto the flash drive he saw earlier, sticking out like a sore thumb. By the time it reached 100%, the facility was trapping him in. The onlookers were in utter shock as Spike never exited to safety while the entire hideout was blown into space dust, including the gigantic vessel. Spike! Within a shockwave, the entire place was completely destroyed with absolutely no chance of survivors. His beloved then sank to her knees and cried while Zero did his best to comfort her and Trudy. The rest of them just stood in still silence. What was that thing Spike went for? Just then the bot detected movement. He ran toward the edge just beneath him by a few miles. The cocky bounty hunter narrowly escaped with his life in his spacesuit. Zero! I couldn't use your lift right about now. I see him! It's Spike! He's alive! He almost instantly obliged, and everyone was so relieved he survived the unsurmountable. With jetpacks beneath his feet, Zero brought Spike up. He was instantly caught in Julia's loving embrace. Despite the tight bear hug, he drew out the flash drive from a pocket. It was tempting, but the team unanimously decided to donate all the money and the owner's equity back as anonymous. They headed back to Mars in silence, while mostly Jet and Faye. A born to be alive was blasting within the swordfish. Trudy commented he should be a baritone, since the chorus reminded her of him singing that. He did try, and both women giggled at his silly attempt. Somewhere within the expanding Martian desert, Jet and Faye were talking amongst themselves. He activated his comm via Hammerhead. Hold up, everyone. What's up, Jet? After a brief pause, Spike urged him to speak. He said there was a confession to make. The Zipcrafts in the shuttle landed upon his orders. All right, spill the beans, old-timer. You said so yourself. You two volunteered as bodyguards for those bastards. What's going on? They looked toward each other before they explained that they were actually acting instead of really being influenced by the drifters. Zero wasn't, since he's a robot. We were only pretending in fear of losing everything. I'm so sorry, you guys. Looking at the somber expressions made Trudy lose it. She punched Faye to the ground and glared at Jet, ready to destroy him. Julie and Spike held her back during her rage, telling her it was enough. From the sudden impact, Faye just got the wind knocked out of her, even some internal bleeding. Jet just stood there, even when she continued to rave with all her angst. "You've done this on purpose! You had this coming! I'm sick of all these betrayals!" She referred to the time when she had to confront Spike infected by Vicious. "I looked up to you guys, and I was just opening up to you!" She ran toward Jet and Faye. "We did all this to save your pathetic asses! If you hadn't betrayed us, we would have stood a chance! I'm no longer supporting you guys again!" She stormed away. Trudy. Feeling her pain and agony, she wanted to go after her, but Spike held her back, thinking she should calm down. It's how do you say, her faith is shaking? Very good. That's exactly how she feels, Zero. A couple days had passed and Julia would never stop worrying of Trudy, nor her dwindling hopes on finding her before the dust storm would hit. Spike and Zero volunteered to use their crafts to look for her, while they reluctantly accepted Jet's and Faye's offer as well. He said it won't be easy since he knows of the canyons expanding an empty environment, not to mention the infinite number of craters located throughout. Spike, Julia, and Zero were the most persistent, searching for any signs all day and all night, while occasionally stopping for fuel. One day during the early morning, despite Mars having shorter days than on Earth, Spike found a little campsite complete with a bonfire and tent. He certainly was the most confident since he recalled Trudy as a survivor living in the slums. Thinking he'd find some intel, he landed his swordfish a few feet away. He began to investigate the campground and noticed a figure emerging from a large steep crater. She was actually readjusting her pants. "Trudy!" "Spike? Where have you been? We were all worried sick about you, especially Julia." "I'm sorry, Spike. I never wanted to go back after Jet and Faye's betrayals. I can't trust them again. Why did you come here?" Do I really need a reason to help someone? That warmed her heart as he recalled the same phrases she uses whenever he was in a bind, including those times with Vicious. "Swimming bird." Turns out she came across Laughing Bull. He took her in at her most vulnerable state. During the last 2 days, trying to convince her to return to Tharsis to Swimming Bird and Hearthstone before the dust storm, and also try to reconcile with Rolling Rock and Redtail. His son and his wolf were also nice company. He knew that deep down the wandering star would look into her heart, reminiscing on all the things they've done, and forgive them while rekindling her trust and friendship for them, while also enduring the pangs from her deep hatred and betrayal like any adult would. In the swordfish, she never wanted Spike and Julia to worry. She promises to try again when the storm passes over. But until Trudy is willing to talk to them, only time will tell. Some of the names for the new bounty heads were made up, but others, such as Lynn and Lucero, not to mention their age, were references to that rotten succubus Mary Joy G38. It was meant to be a sort of cyber insult to her and her pathetic mockery of all the F-Zero characters she created. I, for once, am being really dark, as I feel I should actually plagiarize a plagiarist. Ha 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 ha! I definitely want the worst to happen to that monkey. That song by Patrick Hernandez really does get me going, especially after hearing it from Vegas Vacation. I always fantasized that Spike would sing these lines during the chorus. Too bad we never heard him sing at all, despite those other times when he was actually jamming. Should also actually start feeling as if he is alive, rather than just living in a dream. Andy, as we know, has debuted in Cowboy Funk as a sort of eccentric rival to Spike in terms of combat and bounty hunting, so I decided to throw him in for lulz. And Takeshi's image was an inspiration from one of the members of the Wing Kong in Big Trouble in Little China, in case you may not know. Not sure if you'd noticed, but some of the betrayal was based off of the Garlic Jr. saga in Dragon Ball Z, specifically to Krillin and Piccolo's betrayals. I'm surprised Gohan still trusts them after all the beatings and misery he had to go through, since they were pretending to be influenced by an outside force. Seriously, wouldn't anyone be pissed if their friend or mentor happens to just betray those they look up to? I hated it! Another story done. Maybe the next one would involve Spike and Zero having a confrontation with one another. A sort of love triangle over Julia, but we'll see. So until then, see ya, Space Cowboy. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. Ever wondered the history about Mars? When you take a look at a certain work and you compare it to another one, and you just think that it evolves throughout history just like it does on Earth? Well, that's my purpose with this one shot. Hey guys, the Ecron Writer here, welcome you to another OBS project. And this one not only centers on Cowboy Bebop, but also a theory as well as the history of concerning Mars's, aka the Red Planet's, evolution. Obviously, since it's not actually ready to be colonized just yet. So I was thinking, with all those fantastical cartoons and anime and stuff that you see about Mars, I kind of got to thinking, how does one actually lead to another? Well, in this case, I have Cowboy Bebop along with Biker Mice from Mars. Two of my favorite cartoons that center around that red planet. So, let's take a look. The Myth of Mars. This is something I just came up with on a whim. Don't own Biker Mice or Cowboy Bebop, blah blah blah. I came up with this on a whim. Aside from the Martian malarkey, Mars is the home planet to two of my favorite series, Biker Mice from Mars and Cowboy Bebop. However, this crossover's concept will be somewhat unexpected. A long time ago, back on Earth in 1993, there once was an incident in the windy city of Chicago. On one fateful night, there was a mechanic named Charlene
Charlie Davidson, who observed a crash landing by a mysterious vessel. The descendants of Harley Davidson overlooked 3 bipedal mice that were about 7 feet tall and can talk. Together they were known as the Valiant Biker Mice from Mars, a subgroup of freedom fighters from their doomed red planet. The leader of the bunch, Throttle, stated there was a war against another extraterrestrial race known as the Plutarchians. These fish-like creatures belonged to Lawrence Limburger, aka the Big Cheese, and they depleted their own planet's natural resources. They decided to loot and plunder Mars, and a war broke out. With his close friends Moto and Vinny, they narrowly escaped with their lives. The results were deadly, too. He was blinded by an attack launched by the Plutarchians' disgusting associate, Grease Pit, resulting him to wear a special pair of shades to help his impaired sight. This method also made Moto lose his arms and had them replaced by mechanical parts. Plus, Vinny lost the left side of his face, which was covered by a gray mask. In addition, the Resistance lost their fellow comrades such as Vinny's girlfriend Harley, Moto's nephew Rimfire, and their mentor Stoker. The mice and their master were abducted by the mad scientist Dr. Carbuncle, hoping to brainwash them. The plan worked, only for Stoker, while the rest broke free. Since then, they were on the run, leaving Mars in ruins. It took them about a decade for them to recuperate, and eventually right all the wrongs they'd done. Although the Plutarchians weren't the mice's only enemy. After the overthrow of Limburger and his cohorts, and the Detroit's gang run by Napoleon Bry, they also had to deal with other foes like the leader of a hostile gang named Pit Boss and their terrestrial races. One in particular consisted of a lethal group of rats, and another was called the Catatonian Army, which were run by felines hell-bent on taking over Mars's prized possession, the Regenerator. Knowing it was the only way to repair all the damage done to Mars and to restore its water supply, the trio recruited their long-lost family to win against its threats. Although there was a price to be paid, a heart-wrenching one. Vinny's main love interest, Harley, once believed that he abandoned her during their escape, making her a rebel to their cause. By the time he talked some sense into her, convincing her she was wrong all this time, she sacrificed herself during some life-threatening explosions from the defective regenerator the Catatonians made, allowing the mice to escape unscathed. Generations have passed, and over time, people began to forget about the biker mice and their kind. It was now 2071, and humanity had found a way to personally enter Mars without consequence. About 50 years ago, there was a major accident on Earth. Scientists designed a gateway that would let people visit other planets in a more comfortable, quick fashion. Earth was a shooting gallery from all the debris left by the hyperspace invention, and countless meteors made it very dangerous to live in. Fortunately, people were able to colonize various moons and planets, and the first was Mars. This was the home that belonged to a few notable humans such as an elderly nomad Laughing Bull, the badass bounty hunter Spike Spiegel, his love interest Julia, his bitter rival named Vicious, and also a crime organization they belonged to called the Red Dragon Syndicate. Since then, as men celebrated over their endeavors on hospitalizing Mars, the mice, rats, and Catatonians' existence were wiped out gradually. Much like the dinosaurs that roamed Earth millions of years ago, they too became extinct. There was little evidence on both planets, and people began to make myths and legends about them. There were very few specimens still alive, and there were little to no efforts to repopulate their species. And so, Throttle, Moto, Vinny, Stoker, and even their close Earthling friend Charlie made a pact to stabilize their pasts. Abandoned motorcycles, some audio and video footage, and certain ruins were the only proof left. And that's when humans realized there were once living beings on Mars, rather than just deformed, funky-looking Martians as they suspected. The rumors were uncanny, but clear since then, and the mice and Charlie's legacy lived on. It was thanks to them and the innocent people of Chicago that interplanetary life existed and was able to withstand the tests of time. I certainly wish there would be life on Mars for real, I hope we'd be able to live there someday and not be so foolish like the Plutarchians did. So I couldn't resist working on this Legend of Mars. It was unlikely, and I wasn't sure how to blend in both series. So last night I had this bizarre idea on doing it, hence the myth. I hope you'll like this little tale. And here's to hoping that Mars will become inhabitable sometime in the distant future. So this is the Ecron Writer signing out. Take care, everyone.